Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like to call the special council meeting to order for October 24th, 2023 at 9:06 a.m. Our first order of business is to provide an approval of the agenda. If I can get a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. All in favor? Sorry, cast your vote.
Land acknowledgement.
True.
There, yeah. I don't have the voting.
It's not there yet.
Enter the meeting.
It's just really, I'll turn your brightness up and after you vote.
Oh, do you have to push enter meeting?
Which one do you want?
Yeah.
Enter meeting.
Did you push that first? Okay, sorry. We've got a new voting system with our mics now, so we're just getting used to it. Everyone's votes are in?
I'm just going to turn his brightness up.
Thank you.
Okay, carried. Thank you. All right, with that, I'd like to read the land acknowledgement. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in today's council meeting. All right, our first order of business is going to be item number 3, which is on pages 2 to 27 of your agenda. Reports for information, which is 3.1, our Code of Conduct Review, which is going to be presented today by Jennifer from Karen Law. Good morning, Jennifer. When you get up to the mic, there's a bar on the bottom. If you could just press that. Thank you very much.
Did that work?
That works perfect.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Sykes. I'm a lawyer at the law firm of Karen and Partners. I think I've met most of you, at least briefly, so it's nice to see you again. I'm afraid the bad news is that I'm here for the painful part of the meeting, where I'm going to walk you through 2 bylaws, the Code of Conduct bylaw and your Procedure bylaw. Both of those are a bit of a beast, so we will try to make it as pain-free as we can. Now, I do understand that the decision was made to do this part of the meeting publicly. If council has questions afterward and they want to get legal advice on any of this, I would suggest that that might be the time to go in camera, but of course that's up to you. I'd also like to just begin by acknowledging that I know that the city has gone through some challenges and is still going through those challenges. I wouldn't really be the right person to comment on those. So I can comment on the bylaws and kind of go through with you what those say. And hopefully for all of you, this is just a very boring refresher on what you already know. Okay? With that, if it's okay with you, I'll start with the Code of Conduct bylaw. And I don't intend to go through it line by line because we don't have that much time today. But what I'd like to go through is the general principles in that bylaw and the ideas behind it, so that you know if you ever need to look for something, you have a sense maybe of where to go look for it. Like all bylaws, the Code of Conduct bylaw begins with Section 1, which is the title, which just tells you what you can call it for short. Part 2 is the purpose of the bylaw. Most bylaws are going to contain a purpose statement, and it's really easy to gloss over that purpose statement, but I encourage you not to. The purpose statement of a bylaw is a very valuable interpretive provision. So if you're ever looking at a section and you're just not sure what the intent is, it could maybe mean one thing or another, if you go back to that purpose statement and say, okay, well, which interpretation would support that stated purpose, that's usually a really good starting point for you. The purpose statement in Part 2 makes it clear that this isn't the only piece of legislation that you're subject to as councillors. You are also governed by other legislation, such as Freedom of Information legislation, FOIP, to save some wear and tear on me, the Municipal Government Act, and human rights legislation. Generally, I'm not going to refer to specific section numbers, but I will tell you that Section 2.7 covers a theme that I'm going to be building on, which is that it's not possible to cover every possible scenario. If we did, this bylaw would be a book. The idea is to give some general guidance on the principles and the ideas of how you're meant to conduct yourselves as members of council. And you are then expected to conduct yourself in accordance with the spirit and intent of those principles. Part 3 is more interpretation, and that's the definitions in the bylaw. Again, this is very normal in bylaws. When you're reading through it, you're going to say, that's an odd word to capitalize in the middle of a sentence. That's not what they taught me in elementary school. Definitions are useful for interpretation. And when you're reading through and you see that oddly capitalized word, you know you can go back and find out what exactly that definition was and what was meant. Watch for capitalizations. Sometimes other bylaws, just FYI, might use underlining instead. They might be bold, they might be italics. It all depends on the drafter's preference. In Code of Conduct, though, this one is capitalized. One definition that did jump out at me was the definition of bias. So, and we'll come back to it, but I did want to note for you that bias has a specific meaning, and it doesn't just mean you are actually biased. So maybe you're really good at compartmentalization, maybe you're really good at setting aside your relationship to a particular project, but that's not the test. So even though the bylaw says bias, it also means the perception of bias. So watch out for those definitions where they use one word, but they mean all sorts of other things at the same time. Parts 4 and 5 of the bylaw are where the meat are, and that's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time when we're talking about this bylaw. A few general categories arise when I look at this. I see that there's discussions about your general conduct. How will you comport yourself out in the world, and also how will you comport yourself here in council chambers and at the office. There are some parts talking about using city resources, and there are some parts talking about speaking in public and doing those things that as a member of council you get the opportunity to do. As a general rule, you are required to act honestly, in good faith, and in the interests of the city as a whole. That's a Municipal Government Act requirement, and that's a requirement in the Code of Conduct bylaw. You're also required to uphold the law, federal, provincial, and municipal law. So no going out and committing crimes right now, okay? Part 4 talks about your behavior at work. Again, you're required to act according to applicable laws, bit of a repeat there, but you're also required to act according to the city policies when you're carrying out your duties as an elected official. The city has, I'm sure, a nice big policy binder which you've all been provided with. You are entitled to disagree with each other. The bylaw is very clear on that point, and frankly, that's what your role is as a councillor. You're entitled to disagree, but you're required to engage in respectful debate. Respectful, fulsome, and healthy debate is the phrase that the bylaw uses. You're required to approach your decision-making with an open mind, and of course, as a member of council, that's what you're doing anyway. That's part of your requirement, or part of your obligation under the Municipal Government Act, is to come into every decision open to persuasion. You're required to respect, even if you don't agree with, the opinions of others. And once a decision of council has been made, even if you didn't agree with it, you're required to support it and act in accordance with it. I'm going to mention right now, during COVID, I developed this really bad habit of I would finish my notes and then I would throw them over my shoulder as soon as I was done. I'll try not to do that here today. Now, as a member of council, you are expected to speak in public from time to time, and that's a normal part of your function as a councillor, and some people just do that anyway. You are required to be clear about whether you're speaking on behalf of council or whether you're speaking on your own behalf. And unless you're properly authorized to do so, you don't get to speak in front of speak on behalf of council, excuse me. When you're expressing your personal opinions, you're entitled to do that, but you must do so in a way that's respectful of your colleagues on council, council as a whole, and the staff of the city. The bylaw then talks about fairness and conflicts of interest, and you'll remember all of this from that training session that you did when you first became councillors. So I don't want to beat that one too much over the head, but just a quick refresher. You have pecuniary interest obligations. So if you stand to make or lose money in relation to a decision, you can't be involved in that decision. If certain family members of yours stand to make or lose money, same thing. You can't be involved in that decision. There are exceptions. You can still vote on, tax bylaws, even though as a resident of Chestermere, you're going to be paying taxes. But if you find that a decision you're making is potentially going to have a financial impact on you or a family member, you should be taking a pause and seeing whether you're offside your pecuniary interest obligations. This isn't just a code of conduct issue. This is a Municipal Government Act issue. And going offside of these rules can have severe consequences, including disqualification. So be careful with that one. You're also expected to avoid situations that could lead to a conflict of interest or a bias. And I'll remind you again, bias doesn't just mean actual bias, it means someone from the outside looking in might say, oh, that councillor is looking pretty biased. If you feel like you are potentially running into a pecuniary interest issue or a conflict of interest issue, you should be seeking independent legal advice. And then your own personal lawyer will tell you how to address the issue. The Code of Conduct bylaw says in a few places, but it says here as well, you must not use your position as an elected official for an improper purpose or to gain any personal advantages. So no, I'm a member of council. Of course you have a table for me at this restaurant tonight. And finally, you've got a confidentiality obligation. I shouldn't say finally, I have a lot more to say after this. But you have a confidentiality obligation. You must keep the matters that are discussed in camera confidential unless and until they become public information. So that was part 4. Part 5 continues. We're really in the weeds right now in this bylaw. At the council meetings, everyone has to be given a fair opportunity to present their position and make their case, and that ties into the procedure bylaw, which we're going to talk about later on. As I mentioned, once a decision is made by council, you're bound by that decision, you must abide by it. You're allowed to say you didn't vote for it, but you still have to support it, and you have to accurately communicate it and comply with that. You're required to act with decorum in meetings and in accordance with the procedure bylaw, which we're going to go over in a bit. You're expected to work together for the common good. And you're expected to work transparently, except where those confidentiality provisions come in under FOIP, and you're allowed to go in camera to discuss something. So an example would be, if you have legal questions that you want me to address after this, we can go in camera and I can give you legal advice. Another example of confidential information might be if you're dealing with an individual's salary, something that could harm the negotiating position of the city. Part 5 talks about, one more thing. You are, of course, required to attend and vote at council meetings, except where the MGA says you either can't vote or you don't have to vote, which is pretty limited. MGA says you can't vote if you have pecuniary interest, and pecuniary interest is very carefully laid out. And the MGA says that you can't vote if you miss a public hearing. You can't vote on the subject of that public hearing. If you miss part of the public hearing, then you're not required to vote. Probably a good idea if you miss a substantial part to not be involved in the decision since you don't have all the information. Part 5 talks about the resources that you get as a city councillor. Now, I don't know what electronic devices you get. if I had to guess, I'd say maybe a cell phone and a laptop. Is that about right? Okay. So you've been given electronic devices by the city. You are allowed to use them for personal use within limits. You can't use them for anything offensive or inappropriate. Not that I'm suggesting any of you would, but that's written in the bylaws, so there you have it. Your use of these devices is not confidential. It can be tracked. And you may even be required to surrender these devices as part of an investigation. Aside from these electronic resources, you also have access to other things. As a member of council, you probably have an office, access to staff. You're not allowed to use these resources to pursue your own interests or a third-party interest. So no running a side business off the corner of your desk there. This, by the way, includes intellectual property. So if the city has intellectual property plans that are copyrighted, things like that, you can't use those for your personal advantage. Part 5 talks about the use of public money. You are required to act responsibly when incurring your expenditures. No waste, no abuse, no extravagance. I'm really sorry about the Dom and caviar tasting. It's going to have to be canceled. Okay? You're required to be transparent in your use of those resources. And you're again required, when you're using public money, to adhere to the city's policies and rules on that subject. Part 5 talks about your interactions with staff. Obviously, be courteous. Just a reminder that you are the governing body. You're not here to really get into the weeds with managing staff. That's the CAO's problem, and just be grateful for that fact that it's not you who has to deal with that. You are not permitted to try to coerce or influence staff in carrying out their functions. And, well, it probably goes without saying, you can't harass or bully the staff. And you also can't take any steps that would be contrary to human rights legislation, so no discrimination. Part 5 required you to attend an orientation when you first became a member of council. We're well past that now, but it also says that if there's any official training being provided for councillors, you're required to attend that. I suggest maybe today here. Also, you're allowed to attend your own training. I guess you have a budget for your own continuing education, your own training, and within that budget, you can attend the training sessions. Part 5 tries to walk a line. It tries to balance your right and need to express yourself as an individual and as an individual member of council with your obligations as a councillor and your obligations to the city as a whole. Once again, you can't purport to speak on behalf of council unless you are the authorized person to do that. Usually that's going to be the mayor or the deputy mayor. When you're speaking in public, you must be accurate. And if you receive media inquiries, they have to be directed to the right person. In terms of social media, again, you must be honest, and you can't try to disguise yourself or try to mislead anyone as to what your role is. Part 5 talks again about pecuniary interests. And once again, it says if you think you may have a pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest, you're going to have to get a lawyer, talk with them, figure it out. This part also talks about gifts. So as a member of council, people might try to give you things. Gifts under $100 are okay. Gifts over $100 are not okay unless you accept them on behalf of the city, not just on behalf of yourself. Also, sort of ordinary hospitality is okay, but it has to be within reason. So, maybe not a trip to a private island. Part 5 talks about avoiding bias. And it's actually a really important part, and it's there for your protection. It may feel very limiting, but as a councillor, you're obligated to take all these steps to avoid bias, and if you end up in a conflict of interest situation, that can actually be a very compromising position for you to be in. So having this laid out is helpful because it helps give you direction on how to avoid conflicts of interest, and it also gives you something to point to. So if someone's really pushing and says, no, I really want to meet with you and talk about this, you can say, I can't, see? You can meet with applicants, with or potential applicants, not actual applicants, potential applicants. You can meet with special interest groups, neighbors, but be careful about what you say. You can't make any commitments on behalf of council. You can't lead someone to say, to believe that they're going to be approved when that's not your decision to make. And you should be encouraging them to get their own experts and to speak to staff. If someone comes to you with a development proposal, you've got a great development staff, you can say, you know what, you should be talking to the planners about this. After an application is filed, it's hands off. And if someone tries to give you information after an application is filed, you need to refuse it. If you do receive it, because of course we can't help what the emails are that are sent to us, give that to the CAO and they will address it appropriately. If an application goes through the process and then it ends up in court, which does happen from time to time, you know, decisions of development authorities go to subdivision development appeal board, that can go to court. So if something ends up going through that court process, you're specifically not allowed to meet with the people involved. FYI. Now, the really good news for you is that they didn't give me enough time to take you through the complete Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. You'll be very relieved to hear that. You're expected to be familiar with FOIP. Please do read through it. It is important. What FOIP deals with is the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. You can only collect personal information from people for specified purposes. If you collect it for one purpose, you can't use it for something else. You can only use it for the purpose for which it was collected, and it has to be something within your proper scope. And I'll tell you that the Office of the Privacy Commissioner is very sensitive to this. So, you know, you can't, out of curiosity, go into a personnel file or anything like that. And then disclosure of information is, again, heavily governed by FOIP. That's a lot of what the city deals with, is people requesting access to information, then what information can properly be disclosed, and what information maybe can't be disclosed or can't be disclosed yet. We're now in part 6 of the bylaw, for anyone who's following along, which is the harassment, sexual harassment, violence section, also the complaint process. I'm sure it goes without saying, again, can't engage in any harassment. I think what's probably more important information for me to give you today is, what is your role if you witness harassment? What is your role if you have reason to believe that there's something inappropriate happening? And again, you're the governing body. You are not directly responsible for staff, but you are responsible for making sure that the right people have access to the information that they need in order to respond appropriately, and that they have the right tools. There's a special requirement that if there is training provided for counselors relating to harassment or bullying or respectful workplace issues, you're required to attend that. And then the bylaw goes on and talks about the complaint process. There are kind of 2 tracks that can be taken under your bylaw, and this is very common in Code of Conduct bylaws. Generally, they will have the option for an informal resolution process or a formal resolution process. The informal resolution process is a direct meeting between the complainant and the person that's the subject of the complaint, the respondent. Sometimes the mayor or the deputy mayor will be involved in facilitating a resolution. If a resolution isn't met, or if it's a severe situation where someone's not comfortable going through the informal complaint process, you have a formal complaint process. You may recall this was actually recently amended in your bylaw. Mm-hmm. So the city will select, or has already selected perhaps, a third party, an independent third party who has the right expertise to conduct an investigation. That's done through a competitive procurement process. That third party is going to get the complaint directly, and they're going to triage it, and they're going to see whether it appears to be legitimate or is it vexatious. They're also going to look at it and say, okay, if everything that's said in here is true, would that be a breach of the Code of Conduct? Sometimes I've seen complaints happen where, yeah, if everything that was said was true, it still would have been consistent with what the Code of Conduct says. So that's part of the triage process. If the complaint gets through that preliminary triage process, then that third party is going to do an investigation. They're going to talk to people, counselors, staff, everyone is required to participate in that investigation process. And ultimately, the investigator is going to issue a report. Now, that report will come to you, but the decisions do rest with council. And there are sanctions that you can impose. The investigator probably will recommend sanctions if they find that there has been a breach, but the decision about what actual sanctions are available, are used, are up to you. There are some examples that I'll give you of sanctions. They're listed in the Code of Conduct bylaw, so if you ever find yourself in that position, you can have a look through the complete laundry list and see what's best. But we've got everything from demanding a formal apology, being removed from committees, to being restricted in council functions, and even mandatory training. I will say that removal from council is not one of the options. That was the Code of Conduct bylaw in a nutshell. Is everyone okay? All right.
Thank you.
I'll now go into the procedure bylaw. The procedure bylaw is actually quite a challenging bylaw to summarize. It's a lot of points, sort of independent points. So what I'm going to try to do is just walk you through the process ideas, but what I will tell you is that your procedure bylaw is about 30 pages long. I would suggest having a read through it at your leisure, if you haven't already, just to make sure that you understand the structure of the bylaw and to make sure you have a sense of what it deals with. And what I will tell you is that a lot of it is very similar to Robert's Rules of Order. And if you ever run into a situation that's not addressed in that bylaw, it's Robert's Rules of Order that's going to take over from there. Just like other bylaws, it has the usual interpretation provisions and all that, but we're just going to go right into the meat of this bylaw. We'll start with the role of the chair. The chair is generally the mayor, deputy mayor, deputy mayor if the mayor is not around, or you can appoint an acting chair if neither the mayor or the deputy mayor can preside over the meeting. The chair is going to control who speaks when, but they have to make sure that they're doing so in accordance with the procedures set out in the bylaw, and they're being fair and giving everyone an opportunity to speak. The bylaw then talks about the deputy mayor, and I believe that's part of what you're going to be doing later on today. The deputy mayor is appointed. Interestingly, they're appointed for an 8-month period. You meet yearly, so you actually appoint 2 deputy mayors for discrete periods of time. The guardrails that the Municipal Government Act has put around this process is that there always has to be a deputy mayor, and you can't have more than one. The bylaw explains how they're selected. That's a process that you'll be going through. If there's only one person who puts their name forward for a period of time, they're acclaimed. Otherwise, it's by majority vote. And if there's not a clear majority, you're going to take the person who had the least votes off of the list and then vote again until you do get to that clear majority stage. Your bylaw says that at your organizational meeting, you're going to set your meeting dates for the following year. Of course, council can change those dates and can have special meetings as well. Meetings are generally public unless they're held in camera under the exceptions to disclosure found in the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. While you're in camera, you can have other people present, but you should be judicious about who those people are. You can't make any decisions while you're in camera except to vote to come out of camera. And I'll apologize right now. I'm saying in camera. I believe that your bylaw actually says closed meetings. Same idea, though. A good part of your bylaw deals with meetings being attended electronically. This can be done if a councillor is outside the city or if they're within the city, but there's medical reasons that they're not able to attend. People attending virtually, they're still considered to be present at the meeting. They can still vote, but they don't count toward quorum. So you can't have too many people attending virtually or else you won't have quorum. Electronic attendance has to be arranged 48 hours in advance. We don't always get 48 hours notice that we're going to get the flu, of course, but you arrange electronic attendance with the CAO, and the CAO can waive that 48-hour requirement. Only as many people as the system can support can attend virtually. And if at any time virtual or electronic attendance becomes problematic or disruptive, the person presiding over the meeting can put an end to it. The bylaw discusses notices of meetings and distributions of agendas. Agendas will be distributed no later than 2 business days before the meeting. There can be additions or deletions to your agendas. Emergent items can be added, and when that's happening, the CAO is going to explain why something needs to be added as an emergent item. The procedure bylaw sets out how meetings are going to start. So meetings are going to start with approval of the agenda, approval of the last meeting's minutes, and then if there are any unfinished items from the last meeting, those are addressed first, and then the order of business is set by the chair. The bylaw discusses how to bring a notice of motion. For anyone who's following along, that's in part 7. Notices of motion have to be brought at least 10 business days in advance and specify when it will be heard. And the bylaw does include a little comment saying that councillors should be mindful of the fact that staff need to prepare a report. At the beginning of the meeting, as soon as quorum is present and you've passed the designated start time, so you can't start early, the chair will call the meeting to order. If you're talking about a council meeting and the mayor and the deputy mayor aren't there, after 30 minutes, the CAO can call the meeting to order, and as long as you have quorum, those who are present can appoint an acting chair for that meeting, and they will preside over the meeting until it's over or until the mayor arrives. The bylaw does speak to the public conduct at meetings. Basically, members of the public must get permission in order to address council. They must not disrupt the proceedings, and if someone is being disruptive, they can be removed from the meeting. Now, members must be respectful. They must use parliamentary language, which is a term used generally to imply respect. It's things like you wouldn't refer to someone by name, you would refer to them by their title. You are expected to let the chair tell you when to speak. The chair is expected to let you have your opportunity to speak. You have to respect the rules, refrain from side conversations. If the chair makes a ruling about a procedure, abide by that and respect it. Abide by the Code of Conduct bylaw. So there's a linkage between the Code of Conduct bylaw and the procedure bylaw. And then the bylaw goes on to talk about how the public can address council. Now, the public again must, and sorry, the reason I'm stuttering a little bit is I'm thinking, are my notes a repeat? No. There are a couple of parts of the bylaw that address the same thing in slightly different ways, so that's why. The CAO is the one who will receive requests to address the members of council. The CAO will advise council that a request has been received. The chair can make the decision. Generally, members of public are limited to 15 minutes to address you. Separately, we've got a discussion in the bylaw about how community groups can participate and can present to council. Again, they approach the CAO in advance. They must be approved by the mayor, deputy mayor, and they're also generally limited to 15 minutes. I say generally limited, you can always extend that. The bylaw sets the procedure for how to deal with pecuniary interests. First of all, if a pecuniary interest is identified, it must be declared. Second, the member of council must refrain from voting, and they're not counted as quorum. I would go one further and suggest that if you have a pecuniary interest, it's probably a good idea to just leave the room. That would be a great opportunity to go get a coffee and not be present for that discussion and for that decision. The bylaw discusses meeting minutes. All I'll tell you is that they're taken by the CAO, usually, and I didn't know about your new electronic system, so I don't know how exactly that tracks things, but usually the minutes aren't going to specify who voted which way. They'll just specify whether a motion was passed or not passed. They'll say who moved, who seconded, passed or not passed. You can decide that there will be a recorded vote, which means how everyone votes does get recorded. And if I had to guess, I'd say probably that's happening automatically now with your new system. Okay. Bylaw confirms that meetings are recorded and they are live streamed. And it does provide for technological problems. If the live streaming isn't working, then you can just record. In-camera meetings are, of course, not live streamed. From here, now we really get into the procedure and the rules of order. And I'm going to just sort of start backward, or start from the top and work backward. So, because that's what the bylaw does, it starts with a vote. The chair calls the vote. So it says, all right, people, it's time to make a decision on this. Once the vote is called, no one gets to speak to the motion or make another motion. You have to stay put and let the process go through. The motion is carried if the majority approves. Now, how did we get to the vote? First of all, there had to have been a motion. The bylaw sets the process for motions to be made. There's a lot of emphasis on making sure that motions are very clear to the point where they can be asked to be presented in writing so that everyone is very clear and definitely understands what it is that they are dealing with. Once a motion has been made, you have to deal with that motion before moving on and dealing with other business. Now, motions can be amended, subsidiary motions to modify that main motion can certainly be made. There can also be privileged motions. Those are the I need a quick break motions. And incidental motions may arise where you just can't continue with business until something else is dealt with. Once a motion is made, it kind of belongs to everybody. It becomes the property of all of council, and you can't pull back a motion that you've made unless everyone agrees. If a motion contains multiple parts, it can be severed. So you can break it apart into its components and make the individual decisions. Motions can be amended, maybe to help clarify, so those would be your friendly amendments. Some motions can't be amended, and the example I'll give you would be a motion to pass first or third reading on a bylaw. You can't amend those. When you're dealing with amendments, you can only deal with one amendment at a time, and just to make sure life is really simple, amending motions can also be amended. The chair does have the ability to rule that motions are out of order, and that would be where a motion isn't properly in front of council. The example that I pulled from your bylaw was that if the same motion was made within the previous 6 months, and it hasn't been dealt with through a reconsideration motion, it can't just be brought forward again like a new motion. Once a motion is made, it'll be debated. You do have timelines in your bylaw. 5 minutes for the main motion, 3 minutes for amending motions. Everybody gets their chance to speak. And there's no interruptions allowed unless it's to raise a point of privilege or a point of order. Point of privilege, again, is those I need to break things. Once everyone's had a chance to speak, then the member who moved the motion can move to close debate. And then that's how you get to the voting stage. The chair, by the way, can recess at any time without needing a motion in order to do that. They can also stand the meeting at ease, which means you put the meeting on pause, but everyone stays put. And generally where I've seen this used most effectively is when the computer system decides it needs a minute. A few possible motions that you might consider would be a motion to refer something to administration for further investigation or to prepare a report. That puts a pause on amendments to that motion. You can move to receive something for information. So that's when someone comes in with a report, but there's no real decision point required. So maybe it's just a report on what ended up happening with something that was an ongoing project. And you might consider a motion arising. So that's where you've just dealt with with one motion and something naturally arises out of that. Excuse me. Something naturally arises out of that, which you then want to deal with. That would be a motion arising. Motion to table. You literally take the motion and you just put it on the table over there exactly as is. You can table something to a specific date. We're going to table this to the next meeting. We're going to table this to the first meeting in September, whenever. Or you can motion indefinitely, and the fancy legal phrase for that is sine die. Once something has been tabled, then you have a motion to lift it from the table. You literally go back, you take it, you bring it back. It's unchanged from when you last touched it. That means if there were amendments to it, those amendments are still live. Can you reconsider a motion once it's been decided? Yes, you can. At the same meeting, you can reconsider a motion if the person making the motion to reconsider was on the successful side. So you can't move to reconsider if you voted against the motion that was ultimately passed. You can also move to reconsider something after the meeting where it was decided, if there are special and exceptional circumstances and the motion hasn't been acted on yet. There are exceptions in the bylaw to this, so if you're considering a motion to reconsider, I would suggest you sit down and really go through those exceptions. You can't reconsider motions if they were more than 6 months ago. If there was an election in the meantime. Some types of motions can't be reconsidered. For example, first or third reading on a bylaw. There's a difference between reconsidering a motion and rescinding a motion. Rescinding a motion just nullifies it. Your bylaw does allow for that. Cancels the past motion. It doesn't undo anything that was done in the meantime. There are some special rules for public hearings. As you know, the MGA does require public hearings for certain types of decisions that you'd make, example being a planning bylaw. People get the opportunity to present to council, hence the term public hearing. They can present in person, they can present in writing, they can give audio-visual presentations. But one thing I wanted to flag for you here is that people are held to the same standard in their written submissions and in their audio and visual submissions as they are if they are standing here in real life. So you can't get around the rules regarding respectful presentations, regarding not saying defamatory things or discriminatory things by writing them down or by recording yourself saying them and then saying council has to watch. You can reject those just like you would not be prepared to hear those live from a person. Generally, the process for your public hearings is going to be a staff report, then the applicant gets to speak, then the public in support of the application, then the public against the application, then the applicant gets to respond, then a close. Hopefully that's familiar. I'm sure you've all been through that many times. And once again, if you weren't there for the public hearing, you don't get to vote. If you missed part of the public hearing, you're not required to vote. There are a few rules about bylaws. First reading is done without amendment or debate. First reading, again, for a bylaw is just saying, yeah, this isn't a non-starter, we're prepared to consider it. Then if a public hearing is required, you're going to have that. And then there would be second and third hearings. Those are MGA requirements, but those are also laid out in your procedure bylaw. So if you ever need to refer to that. I have great news for you. I've run out of notes. So I will stop talking about the procedure bylaw. There is one further thing I did want to flag for you, which is I talked about the Code of Conduct bylaw. I do understand from CAO Wallace that there has been some kind of suspension on Code of Conduct complaints. I don't have the details of that, so I'm not able to provide those to you here today. I don't know if CAO Wallace is in the room. She stepped out, okay. when she returns, she may want to address that with you, but I will leave that up to her.
Thank you.
Right. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you have questions that are of legal advice nature, I'd suggest that we step in camera. That's up to you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the council? Not seeing any.
All right.
Thank you very much for your time today in going through our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for our organizational meeting. Councillor Fote?
I do have a question about FOIP.
Sure.
When you want to, like, say, within city devices and things like that, I know they're FOIPable. Are personal devices FOIPable?
So if it's for municipal business, I would go out on a limb here without having seen your policy books or anything like that. Is there a policy in place that says you can't use personal devices for city business? No? Okay. For city business then, it probably would be FOIPable. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything in that device is disclosable. It would only be, in the FOIP world, there's this concept of responsive records. So it would only be the responsive records. And if it's a wholly improper request, there are processes in the FOIP Act to deal with that as well. So, if you're concerned that you have, photos of your family and someone's going to try to FOIP those, no. They can certainly make the application. You can never stop people from making a FOIP application, but there are responses to improper requests.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any further questions for Councillor Sykes. So barring that, we'll move forward. Councillor. Director Wallace, not sure if there's any questions you have for Councillor Sykes. Council Sykes.
Council Sykes. So Director Wallace, just to let you know, while you were out of the room, I mentioned that I understand there may have been a suspension of the Code of Conduct complaint process, but that's not something I'm aware of. That's not something I'd be able to speak to today, but if you wanted to speak to it.
Thank you, Council Sykes. Yes, in September of 2022, the minister filed a motion that indicated that we were not allowed to continue with our code of conduct investigations and stopped us from moving forward until further notification, and that is when Douglas Lagore, our official administrator, started overseeing our council, was due to our code of conduct. They had said that we had misused the code of conduct in our filings, and we've not been able to adjudicate them since. So that's the situation with that. I guess my question, which I don't know if you're able to answer, is there something within our bylaw that suggests that there's an ability to misuse the code of conduct?
I think, through Mayor Colvin, I think that is probably a larger conversation to have. Your code of conduct bylaw does speak to vexatious complaints, but that is a triage process that's done by the third party investigator. It does require that complaints be made in good faith. That's all I can think of. always scary to try to answer a question like that off the cuff and from memory. And certainly, if you wanted to discuss it further, we could, and I could sit down and really comb through the bylaw to try to find an answer for that question. But those are the two items that come to mind.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. We may take you up on that, just so that we have better understanding moving forward as to how to adjudicate our code of conducts.
Thank you. All right, well, let's move forward with the rest of our council meeting. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to meet with you today, as always.
Thank you very much. All right, if we can take a motion now, if I can get a councillor to read the motion on the floor or being presented. Councillor, vote.
Motion that council accept the code of conduct review presentation as information.
Thank you. If you could please cast your vote. And Councillor Dean, if you're voting for. Okay, fantastic.
Yes, I'm ready for. I just put my hand up. Yeah.
Oh, just heard him.
All right, thank you very much. So that's carried. We have another to accept the procedure bylaw review. Okay, Councillor Fote, if you could read that, please.
Motion that council accept the procedural bylaw review presentation as information.
Thank you. All right, if we could cast our votes. And Councillor Dean, for. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see that. Councillor Dean, do you vote for or against?
Sorry, I voted for. Are the reaction buttons not working on your end?
Okay, we can see. I can see your hands up. So that would be carried then. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, so we'll move on with item number 4 of our agenda, which is our council appointments. And so we'll move forward with the appointment to our various committees.
Mr. Mayor, just before we move on with the agenda, would we mind taking a quick recess? We just have to fix the cameras.
Sure, that would be great. All right, at this point, if I'd like to request that we move into recess for, it's 10 o'clock, so we'll come back at 10:15. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just going to come back to our special council meeting today. It's 10:20 a.m. We're going to be moving into our council appointments, and we're just going to have a discussion from our city staff, Callan with our legislative services, who's going to identify our committees that the council sits on and identify if we have some questions in relation to efficiencies. Good morning, Callan.
Could I ask to have that blown up a little bit, please, so I can see it?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor suggested, we're going to be going over our internal committees, see redundancies and which ones are necessary. Also, we will be appointing councilors to external committees. Legislative Services has prepared ballots for the appointing process to vote on. It will be a secret ballot. However, if there's not too much contention over a certain committee, I think we can forego the voting process and just appoint the councilor if that's all right with council. So just a quick review. Our internal committees consist of the Aging in Place Committee, the Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board, Chestermere Area and Welcoming Committee, Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Board, the Lake Recreation Committee, Mayor Youth Task Force Committee, Minor Sports Committee, Social Master Plan Committee, Watershed Advisory Committee, the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, the Assessment Review Board, the Chestermere Library Board, the Audit Committee. Sorry, I think I put the wrong list. The Grant Adjudication Fund Committee and the Police Communications Committee. The ones listed above, the Aging in Place, Chestermere Accessibility, Streetscape Advisory, Chestermere Area and Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, Chestermere Economic Development and Advisory Board, Lake Recreation, Mayor Youth Task Force, Minor Sports Committee, Social Master Plan Committee, and Watershed Advisory Committee. These were the ones that Legislative Services deemed to be redundant and not necessarily in the city's best interest to keep around. So ideally, the conversation should focus around these committees, as the other committees are probably too important and unique to just throw, just to get rid of. And then we'll move on to the external committees. So we have the Chestermere Emergency Management and Advisory Committee. There will be no appointments, but just for the sake of consistency, we'll just include it as well. Same with the Library Board. The Service Level Review Steering Committee, that will be one appointment. The Calgary Intermunicipal Committee, one appointment. Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board, one appointment plus one alternative. Now, someone from this organization mentioned that this particular committee is winding down and won't necessarily be meeting as much. However, Legislative Services still believes it's just in case, just to appoint a new member, just in case. The Rocky View Intermunicipal Committee, one appointment plus one alternative. The Airport Community Consultative Committee, one appointment as well. Then we have the Community Futures Wild Rose, one appointment. This one is only for 6 months. The Rocky View Regional Handy Bus Society, one appointment. And Inner City Forum on Social Policy, one appointment. And the Civic Center Project Steering Committee, one appointment. And this is the point in the process where council deliberates amongst themselves which ones they would be interested in representing. Thank you.
Callan, thank you for that. So in relation to the committees that are outside the city, that's what we're talking about, or we've mixed them up together?
Yeah, so the conversation has two parts. One is to discuss the internal committees, as per last week, to discuss which ones council wants to keep, which ones they want to change. And then on top of that, since this is our organizational meeting, we're appointing two external committees as well.
Okay. All right, so we should obviously deal with the first portion where which committees are we saying should stay and which ones are redundant. So do we have I have a list that I have from our last council meeting. So are these are the ones that you're identifying are redundant, or
That is correct. These are the ones we feel are not necessary.
so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh, sorry. 7, 8, 9. Now, some of these, as you mentioned before, I just have my notes from our last council meeting. Some of these we're saying it's basically some of these committees are joining, so that they're, I guess their focus would join with another committee that has similar type focuses. And so maybe if we could identify those, like for example, the Lake Recreation Committee, I remember from last week that we were talking about that becoming a Parks and Rec Committee, which is similar to some of the other cities that have Parks and Rec, and they also have community events in the same committee. But that just does that combine it with one, or that just renames it?
It would depend on the terms of reference that was developed.
Yeah.
If council would kind of give ideas of what they would like to see in a potential Parks and Rec plus community events committee, legislative services can definitely develop that.
I was just looking at our social master plan committee. It's the very bottom of the page. And I noticed that in some of the other cities, what they were bringing that towards was in conjunction with family and community support, in conjunction with social master planning. So it was a community services advisory board. So do we have another committee that would join with? Aging in place, yes, that's one. Now, would the Welcoming and Inclusive Committee join with the Master Family and Community Support Services Committee?
I think so, because the Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, actually, there's a group in our city that is actually giving out, they're like the welcome wagon,
Yeah.
and that's where you put that with a social master plan with the FCSS.
Are there any other comments? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think the social master plan, the welcoming and inclusion committee, and all that should be a part of the family community support services advisory committee. So that particular part of our organization gets public feedback from people that are deeply involved in that process that helps them deliberate in their decisions.
So that's basically three committees coming together. The Social Master Plan Committee, the Chestermere Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, and the Aging in Place Committee. And those are we saying that new name would be Family and Community Support Services Advisory Board? Is that too long?
No, that's probably the wisest name of Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee.
I noticed that
It's-
some of the other cities have those names as well.
Well, and it becomes more consistent with the other cities as well. When I've looked at other cities and looked at, their terms of reference.
Okay, well, let's just get council's thoughts on this topic. Councillor Fote?
I'm in support of putting those groups together. I would also like to add to that the Audit and Adjudication Committee to FCSS through the United Way, and that it's all tied together anyway.
Yeah, I think, just for clarity, the FCSS grants, I think, are different than what these other cities are referring to their community support services committees. I think they're talking about not grants, because each city does have a separate grant committee, whether they call it, Okotoks, for example, calls it United Way Okotoks Partnership. Canmore is Community Grant Selection, Banff Community Grants Committee, Grant Funding Advisory Board. So I think that the grants funding stays separate from the actual community services support. Now, Callan, did you say, I remember last week that you might have said that accessibility and streetscape would join with that too?
Through the mayor. Yes, I believe that would be an appropriate one. Since it's already kind of dealing with family, community.
Social master plan?
Yeah, exactly. So it seems a little too narrow to be its own committee per se. So adding an accessibility and streetscape components to family and community support services advisory committee would make sense, because the community should be accessible for families and other individuals. So it seems appropriate to combine that together. Plus, it would knock another one off the list.
Some of these cities, I noticed, which, this can be something that we can get at a different time, but they have a cultural community committee, cultural, like art, community art, culture advisory board. We don't have that. Doesn't mean we shouldn't, but Councillor Fote?
I think that's where the Art Guild kind of does their own thing. And if they have requests, they come before the city, Mr. Mayor. I think that is a wise decision to put those two together. I did sit on the accessibility committee for a while, but they wanted us to go around and audit buildings and streets and that sort of stuff and bring our concerns back to council. I think that's what our operations job is. So we can inform them what's going on, but I don't think it's in need of a separate committee.
So with the, as you mentioned, with the Art Guild, that's not a city committee, that's a community committee. There also is the Historic Society, which is again a community committee. Those are probably similar in the sense of culture, art and culture, but that's their choice, I guess, if they wish to join. Councillor Funk?
My question on a lot of these is, what is the issue that we're trying to discuss, or problems we're trying to solve, or issues within the community that we want more discussion and input from community to provide information to council? Some of these I've found, it's almost like they're trying to do work instead of provide information. And it's what information from the residents or from the community that we don't have that we need to address. And that's kind of been some of my concerns with some of these committees. So I guess sort of what I'm trying to ask is, what are the terms of reference going to be that we're trying to have these committees provide information on, instead of leaving it wide open and running programs within them?
Okay, Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you, through the Mayor to all of Council. I would, I had this similar thoughts to what Councillor Funk was getting at there in terms of not needed terms of first for these committees. or how is that being developed if we're going to be combining them, because some of those focuses are very different in terms of, say, an aging in place and a social master planning. I certainly see those committees collaborating and working together, but I just wonder what that terms of reference is going to look like if we are, depending on the size of the combination of the committees that we're doing.
I agree. I think our obviously the terms of reference have to be updated. One of the big concerns is, just as we've gone through the last, 2 years. In our first year, we did reduce some committees that weren't giving us, very much feedback, I guess, or whatnot for council to, hear from, and so I'm wondering if it's too broad to get citizens that are volunteering to really put in that level of work, as to whether or not these committees should be a little more combined, so that there's a few more topics for them to talk about. That I don't know if we're requiring them to look into in-depth analysis. I think that's probably too much work, but we are looking for their feedback so we can start to look into things, and try and get that feedback, more often, I guess, or at least at a prescribed time. Councillor Funk?
Yeah, sorry, to the mayor. I think you hit that on the head right there in that we're looking for me, it's been a big learning experience over the last couple of years on how these committees can help and what their real purpose is. And for me, I want to see more input on ideas that the city is missing. Not so much, there's a lot of special interest groups out there like the Aging in Place Committee or the Older Adults Coalition, lakefront homeowners, things like that, that are really on the ground doing work. It's what are we missing? What is the city not providing? Or things that we should be looking at, reviewing to improve. So it's more the ideas that I want to see coming out of it.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Funk in that, to me, one of the difficulties is, like a lot of these committees seem to function or appear as like the decision-making processes, where that's not really the role. The terms of reference are not defined. They can, I believe it's decision-making versus advisory, making recommendations, bringing up issues. There's a lot of nonprofits and things in the community that are addressing many of these issues, right? And it's how did that information get channeled in? And maybe it should go through these advisory committees that are made up of people that are involved in that then make recommendations or raise issues for council's attention, so that administration better understands them, can analyze them, and then we can make a decision on which direction or how we want to move forward. But we're getting that public input. We're giving people the opportunity.
Yeah, Councillor Watts, what's your thoughts?
Through the chair, I think public input is probably the biggest piece that kind of rings true to me. We want to make sure that we're not snubbing out any opportunities for involvement from actively engaged community members. And we want to make sure that we understand the terms of reference and have a committee that's robust and has fruitful conversation and dialogues, but not redundant at the same time.
Yeah, like I noticed, for example, the mandate for the Social Master Planning Committee, housing, physical and mental health, safety, income, employment, community engagement, and the mandate for Aging in Place, affordable housing, physical, mental health, supports and services. They're very, very close. And I think what's the idea with these committees merging, it's not that they can't have different divisions inside the committee. We just need to make sure we're getting enough people, residents and volunteers, committing to these committees. And then if these committees get very, very engaged and they can always split, but they've got to get that synergy. They've got to get that catalyst to make them actually move forward, rather than kind of floundering on their own. And then really focus on what, residents are really looking for, as well as, of course, what council's looking for. So I think that bringing these together and trying to make them, more responsible to the council and getting our feedback on a, quarterly basis, I guess, or, and really get some reports going and get some things actually, moving forward that we can identify and we can actually track, I think has got to be our goal. Because right now I don't feel we're getting that information. I don't think we're getting something we can identify that here's the report that was given to us by this committee in the last quarter, and now let's do something. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I'm really in favor of that idea of there's these committees all meet. We didn't get a lot of minutes and stuff like that. So there's not a large level of transparency. I'm really in favor of the idea or that concept of allowing committees to meet here in council chambers, use council chambers, videotape the whole thing. They can have specific groups, nonprofits or whatever, present to them that is open to the public. We can put it on the website so everybody sees what's going on at these committees, right? And gets an appreciation of the work that they're doing. It also helps acknowledge the people that are on these committees, right? And I think, and it also, the other concept of it, by scheduling them on Thursday nights or whatever, use council chambers, right? Is then it allows people when they're applying to the committee, are they free that night? It's not interfering with their schedule of, sometimes it's on a Tuesday, sometimes it's on a Friday, sometimes, right? And coordinating a bunch of people makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
Like we ourselves know council meetings are on Tuesdays,
Yeah.
right? And if we don't have a council meeting, then if we need to have a workshop or something else, we schedule it for Tuesday because we clear our schedules for Tuesdays. And I think we need to provide that same benefit to residents as well.
Yeah. Well, as I said, if we wanted to do Thursday evenings, we could have hour-and-a-half sessions starting at 5:30, and we could have 3 per Thursday, which allows us a total of 12 meetings in a month. And so if there are 12 committees or a couple committees that need to meet twice a month, that allows us that certainty and organizational capacity as well, which I think would help the public, because the public is welcome to go to these meetings as well. And then at the same time, if they're in our council chambers, then they can be helped to be managed by our alleged services, and meetings can be recorded. People can watch them online. I mean, it's a much more organized effort. I really like that idea. And in speaking in this sense of if we were to combine some of these committees, I think we have the master committee, and then we could have divisions underneath, and part of the terms of reference could change, that they identify a couple people that will be tasked with that specific area, and that can be rotated. That's up to them, or we could put in the terms of reference. So they make sure that they're focused on. It's like us having 3 CAOs. It makes sure you're focused on each division, and you don't forget about 2 divisions because you're really passionate about one. And so we could have somebody that's inside that committee that is part of the social master plan specifically, part of the welcoming and inclusive, part of the aging in place, and they could focus on those kind of topics to make sure that they're. And then if they ultimately get very, very strong support and passion behind it, it could become its own committee as well again, or it could again stay in that committee. So I think it's a good idea to get some structure to these, and hopefully we end up getting a lot of really good information. Is there any other comments that anyone wants to make, or do we want to talk about that kind of structure? And the ones that we had referenced was the Social Master Plan Committee, the Welcoming and Inclusion, Aging in Place, and possibly the Accessibility being combined into one committee. We can come up with a name. Some of the other cities are using the names of Family and Community Support Services Committee. Some of them are using Community Services Advisory Board. So there's a couple of titles we could do, but I guess our first order of business is, are we agreeable to combining those 4 committees, and is there anything else that you'd see different than in that relation to those that combining of those four committees. If anybody wants to speak up, or if they're acceptable to the situation, we can have a quick decision. Councillor Fote?
I'm in favor of that decision, Mr. Mayor. There's one committee here that I don't think is needed, and that would be that Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Board. We now have an economic development officer hired in the city, and I'm sure he's going to reach out to the Chamber of Commerce and things like that. So I think that is a redundant committee completely.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to make sure if we're in support of the combining of those four groups. Callan, do you suggest we have like a motion, or how would we proper to proceed?
We can finish the discussion and then develop the motions, or we can vote on it right now if you'd like.
Should it be a motion, or should it be just if council's in favor? By councillor.
My recommendation for the motion would be to direct administration to develop terms of reference for community and supports, family and community support services advisory committee with, and then from the notes, I can just take all the components. I don't think it's necessary to get too much in the weeds.
So we should have a motion that would combine those four committees, though.
Within the developing of the family community support services advisory, we could, sorry, I'm coming up with the motion on the spot, by combining the aging in place, accessibility and streetscape advisory, social master plan, and then what was the last one?
Welcoming inclusion.
Welcoming inclusion, yeah. So we can develop that motion right now, if you like. Can we
Okay,
put it on
yeah,
the screen?
sure. So it would be that council direct administration to combine committees. Social Master Plan Committee. Chestermere and Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee. Aging in Place Committee. And Chestermere Accessibility. And Streetscape Advisory Board. Into one committee titled Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee. And develop the correct, develop the required terms of reference. Okay, Councillor, are there any wordsmithing that you'd like to do to this motion? Councillor Dean?
Two comments through the mayor. I would like to at least then see, as the terms of reference are developed, that there be the possibility or the encouragement of subcommittees, and that the terms of reference list that these committees were combined, because I will say, as someone who has served on the WIC committee in a few different capacities, that it has been the envy of other municipalities that we had a specific WIC committee. So I would at least in the terms of reference like to see that these are outlined, that they have been combined, and for an encouragement of subcommittees underneath that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, these, as I was mentioning, we should try and, as Shannon mentioned, Councillor Dean mentioned that in the terms of reference to have these subcommittees, it's a great word for it rather than divisions, and really have those identified, and then the committees can actually will focus on it, but then, of course, determine on their own about the level of commitment and come back to council with how that responds or if something needs to be adjusted. Okay, so would you like us to vote on these as we go so we have some direction to make sure council agrees?
It doesn't matter to me personally. It's whatever the chair sees to
Yeah, just
fit
to make
well.
sure we're in agreement, otherwise we might change. Have to change it. So if I could get this motion read into the record. Councillor Watt?
Motion that council direct administration to combine committees, Social Master Plan Committee, Chestermere and Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, Aging in Place Committee, and Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board into one committee titled Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee and develop the required terms of reference.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in regards to the motion? Councillor Dean?
Can we add at the end of it, with the encouragement of adding the 4 as subcommittees? Like, I don't want to bind us to that, but I just want to have that captured in there somewhere that there is the possibility that these could become subcommittees.
So if we were to say terms of reference, how would you say that? Confirming subcommittees being included, or?
I apologize on this end. I can't actually see the motions, so it's difficult for me to comment on it because I can't see the words. So, and just not feeling great. It's hard to remember everything. So I'm just saying, like, I believe at the end it says that I believe the motion says that we're combining them. And what's that last sentence?
It says, develop the required terms of reference with the inclusion of subcommittees.
That was just added, correct?
Yes, yep. Just added.
Uh,
Does that work?
thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor Hannon?
Yeah.
Yeah, once they develop the terms of reference, like don't want to necessarily box them in with the consideration of the inclusion of
Okay.
subcommittees or whatever.
Sure.
So it's sort of saying, hey,
'Cause we're gonna
if
review that
you
again
need-
anyways.
If you need subcommittees, then put subcommittees in or whatever, but don't sort of like, oh, now by doing it this way, we may sort of box them in to say, oh, now here's a committee in there, here's all these subcommittees underneath the committee,
Yeah,
right? And then it just makes the whole thing goofy with the terms of reference.
okay. All right, so we've got that with the consideration of including subcommittees. Councillor Funk?
Just a quick comment to the mayor. I believe the policy around our committees or council committees actually has a section of subcommittees and the use of them.
Okay.
So,
Because we did change our terms of references to allow us to have our policies, correct?
right. And
The policy is easier to change than the terms of reference, is that correct?
That is correct, but the terms of references are policies, if that makes sense. So they're not two different things. They're all the terms of references are policies.
It's the same, so we
Yeah.
only have to have one council vote rather than like a 3-vote process to change a bylaw.
That is correct.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, so because the committees and that are all policy documents or whatever, when you come back to council with the revised terms of reference, is there going to be like a laundry list of house cleaning? Because there would be numerous policies that we would have to rescind and all of that. I just want to make sure that all that housekeeping gets done at the same time properly.
Yes, that will be taken care of properly.
Okay, great. All right, so Sandy, do you want to restate?
Sure.
Thank you.
Motion that council direct administration to combine committees, Social Master Plan Committee, Chestermere and Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, Aging in Place Committee, and Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board into one committee titled Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee and develop the required terms of reference with the consideration of including subcommittees.
Thank you very much. Okay, if we could cast our vote. And for Shannon, if you could, are you voting in favor? Or are you voting opposed? Voting in favor? Okay, thank you. All right, and we'll just see our vote tally. And it's passed, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so that does nice for those. So now we're on to, we have the audit committee would stay as is. Every city has those. The police commission, or police communications committee would stay. Other cities have a different name for it, but it's a similar committee. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, as we talked about last week, my personal preference on the Police Communications Committee is to also include the fire department and make that protective services. As when looking at other communities, I thought that's a good way to make sure everything is covered in that one area, and it's about communicating to the public.
Okay, so that's a good point. That was about enhancing that committee to include fire and protective services. So in regards to the title, would you call it police communications, or would you change the title?
I believe in other cities, they actually call it the Protective Services Communications Committee.
Yeah, it's hard to find that. I'm not certain what they call it. So the name you like is Protective Services Communications Committee?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other comments in relation to a title that's Protective Services? So PSCC. Yes, Councillor Henley?
Yeah, if you're going to do a motion, I would say that council directs administration to refine the police communications committee into the protective services communications committee with the appropriate terms of reference.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, can I, instead of the word refine, I would suggest we use the word amend.
Amend or transform or whatever, yeah, whatever you think is best.
And do you have to define, though, in that motion that we're including fire and
Yeah.
CPO, for example?
I would include it to say, yeah, that it's all covers all protective services, policing, community peace officers, fire services.
And that would be further identified in the terms of reference?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have that motion that we can read? Does emergency management services cover off all aspects?
CPOs.
Does that include, 'cause I think that's pretty specific, emergency management services. Like in the sense of severe issues, severe weather, et cetera, or severe emergencies. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would say amend the police communications terms of reference to include all protective services. Right? And you can put in brackets, police, fire, CPOs, emergency management, right? Because this is really how you protect the public and how do you get information to them as a whole. And so you don't want to narrow it down, because it's really, that's the purpose of this, is how do you, all the information your public needs to know to feel safe, to have an environment, and a committee that they can actually go to say, I don't feel safe in my neighborhood, or this is a problem.
Councillor Vogt?
Instead of the police, I'd like to put RCMP.
Councillor Funk?
No, that was the same suggestion I was going to make, was either have just police, which would include RCMP and CPOs, or put RCMP and CPOs.
Okay, Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, I just wanted to mention, I think it's important to acknowledge, although I don't sit on this committee, I think it's really important to acknowledge the work that this committee has done. It's one of the few committees that meets on a regular basis. On a monthly basis, they've provided us with minutes that we can review in our agenda packages. And I'd like to commend the members of the public and other members that are sitting on the committee, including our 2 council members, for making this a very fruitful committee, because I know I watch and read their meeting minutes and see what they've got on their dockets.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Hanley, if I could get this read into the record.
Motion, the council direct administration to amend the Police Communications Committee terms of reference to include all protective services, RCMP, CPOs, fire, and emergency management.
Thank you. All right, Council, if I could get you to cast your vote in relation to accepting this. And Councillor Dean, vote in favor. Thank you. I think we have to vote again. And Councillor Vogt. Okay. And it's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Carried. Okay, so that deals with that. The audit committee stays as is. There's a question of the Committee of Parks and Rec, and that covers all of Chestermere. So it's not just the lake; it includes all areas and events in relation to that for the public. Would that and should that also include, for example, the Watershed Advisory Committee, as that's part of your parks? Or would that? I mean, it's not. The Watershed Committee, would that be included with Lake Owners Committee, which is not a city committee? Councillor Funk?
Yeah, this is it's a good question in that there's been so much effort, I think, by the city in the last 10 years and stuff, because of the issues with stormwater and whatnot with Rocky View and City of Calgary. There's so much effort being put in by administration. I think it's hard for this committee to really provide a lot of extra input, because there's so much research and stuff coming out of the city. They're doing constant lake testing. They're working with the Lakefront Homeowners Association on a regular basis. So I think there's just so much work being done by the city in this area. It's hard for them to add additional effort in this for this committee, I think.
So would you think that the standard Parks and Rec Committee, if we had that and combined them, would that identify the goals of overall just clean Parks and Rec, I guess? Obviously, the city's doing a ton of work on making sure that the lake is maintained cleanly every year. Mm-hmm. And it does have a significant processes to ensure that, along with, of course, other government agencies like Alberta Environment. So it is very focused on. But what do you see as to the combination of committees?
I think
what are your thoughts?
my personal opinion is Parks and Rec, I think, would be a great committee in that it would allow the ability to look at each of the parks and areas separately. I think what we want to do is make sure that we have a good complaint or concern process for residents or anybody to bring forward issues with storm ponds, water qualities, or things that are happening within a specific storm pond or within the overall watershed to be addressed and to bring forward. And I know administration already does a lot of work and work with complaints on water quality and things like that. So as long as that process is there, and then the recreation portion of it is addressing the parks and amenities within parks, I think it would be a great way to address concerns.
Okay, any other counselor have a comment in relation to Parks and Rec being possibly used and defined as probably a broad scope? Counselor Hanley?
Yeah, like I can see things of like the dog parks, right? There's lots of involvement by various nonprofits that want to do things. There's developers that would want to sponsor events in parks and stuff like that. And sometimes getting to council or whatever, because there's a big workload, can be an intensive activity. This is an opportunity for Parks and Recreation group to sort of solicit these things from the various people in the community and go through them and then make recommendations up. And if a council decision is required, I think it gives an avenue for people to voice their concerns and to improve the parks and recs and those types of things in the city.
So are we agreeing, I guess, that we believe that Lake Recreation Committee and Watershed Committee should be combined into a Parks and Recreation Committee? Seems to be the consensus. Shannon, your thoughts on that? Is that agreeable? We'll put forward a motion then, if we can combine those two committees and rename it. I just want to speak for a second. The one thing that I really like about what we're deciding today, which we do have to, I guess, fully decide, is using our council chambers for committees. Because I really like the idea of the public being able to come to these committee meetings, because that's one of the things that we want, is that you've got the volunteers, of course, which are on the committee, but then you're giving an opportunity, depending on the topic being discussed by the committee at the time, and if their information could get out to the public too. Not too much work for Ledge Services, of course. But if they could get out as to what topics are being discussed, or just bringing forward ideas, that creates such an inclusive environment where people are bringing forward their ideas or concerns. And it's hard sometimes to get a hold of city staff, city directors, councilors, and it just gives another opportunity for people to come in an open environment and just talk about what they like, what they don't like, and that could then come forward to council in a variety of ways. So it seems like, and it's very organized, so the council, so the residents begin to know Thursdays, if we're picking Thursdays, is the day to do whatever you want to do with these committees, and not understand when the heck they're going to meet. Which is who knows when. How do you find that out? And I think if we can make it simpler for residents, that would, and committee members, that would be good. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, and one of the things I've noticed in the other cities that's probably important in the terms of reference, when the committee meets, right, is part of what other cities have done is they say the procedural bylaw and the code of conduct bylaw for how they conduct their meetings applies to them. Right, so it sets up, especially if you're using council chambers or whatever, whoever's the chair of the committee, right, has to recognize people. It sets out proper protocol, right? And so I think it's probably important to include in all the terms of reference that those things apply.
Okay, if I could get this motion, now, do we want to have the renamed into Parks and Rec? Can we put that in the same motion? Combine them and rename rename them into Parks and Recreation Committee. All right, Councillor Funk, if I could get that read into the record.
Motion that council direct administration to combine the Lake Recreation Committee and the Watershed Advisory Committee and rename them into the Parks and Recreation Committee.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to that motion on the floor, Council? Okay, if I could call for a vote. If you can cast your vote, please. Councillor Dean, do you vote in favor or opposed? In favor, thank you. All right, carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so that deals with, we're moving right along. Okay, so now if we just want to move to the sports committee concept, is it wrong to combine these committees, the combative sports commission with minor sports committee? Like, is there still an opportunity to have sports discussed in general? Because what we're finding right now is we've got the combative sports commission, but it only meets when and if there is a professional fight in the city, I think. Is there still a need to discuss sports, or does that fall under Parks and Rec, actually? Are there any thoughts on the matter? Councillor Funk?
I thought the sports, combative sports commission, being a commission, had to be separate because it has a whole bunch of different legal and issues.
It very likely does. I don't know if it could do both, but it for sure has a legal responsibility as a commission for professional fights. And maybe it's best to not combine them, and they only meet separately anyways. So, Councillor Funk?
Could the sports committee actually be moved into Parks and Recreation, or is that too generalized?
Well, again, I think if we end up with, the subcommittees, as Councillor Dean put it, I think it does mix, because you're talking about football fields, soccer fields, cricket fields, and that's part of sports, Parks and Recreation, right? So that's kind of that idea. I mean, indoor hockey rinks, that might be a bit of a stretch, but that is a concept that can still be discussed as it is recreation, right? And the city would have to, build soccer fields and stuff like that, or, petition developers to help, which is, it's the same for both, really. So I think it could be all under one.
I think so.
So,
And just to clarify that the Combative Sports Commission is governed by a bylaw, and the Minor Sports Committee is governed by our Terms of Reference policy.
okay, yeah, so it does make sense to combine them. So maybe what we should do, Callan, does that mean we need to restate the motion we just passed?
I would recommend amending the motion that was just
Amending it?
passed to include minor sports committee.
Okay, so how would you, could you put that motion back up on the, yeah, there it is, okay. How would you recommend that we amend this then? What would we say?
Motion that council amend motion, and then if you can get the motion number for this particular motion. Motion that council amend motion number
To add,
to include minor sports
include
committee.
minor sports, okay. To include the minor sports committee. Do you have an idea what the motion is already? Okay, great. Look how fast you guys are. All right. Does that look appropriate now? Okay, if I could get that read into the record, Councillor Funk?
Motion that council amend motion number 231024-06 to include the Minor Sports Committee.
Are any comments in regards to that motion? All right, if you could cast your vote, please. Councillor Dean, are you in favor? Councillor Dean's against, okay. Okay, carried. Thank you. All right, so moving on to we have two committees, if I'm counting this accurately. The Mayor's Task Force, and we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee. I believe those are the only two ones that we would do changes to, because I don't believe we'll be changing the assessment review or the subdivision and development or we can have a further conversation about the Chestermere Library Board, but those will stay independent. Okay, so just talking about these last two committees, I just wanted to speak, City Director Wallace, I wish we had just hired in a economic development director, and I just wondered what his thoughts might be on, would he want to have the idea of a set time where either the committee gets together with the public or the public has an opportunity to get together with him in relation to any economic ideas that they may have? Because it might, for example, I know we have a Chamber of Commerce, which you would specifically hope that the businesses would go through to come to him, as we want to. I believe that's how we may want that to occur, or the businesses could go directly to him. And the question is, it's always hard to get a hold of everybody, right? So if we had one day a month, where he was meeting with residents that had ideas, businesses that had ideas, to come to the city, because I don't want to stifle residents' connectivity with the city, and I know it's hard with all the emails and phone calls and getting back to people. I just wish we could have it on purpose. And I just think that our economic activity in the next 10 years is going to be incredible. And I think if we can involve people in an organized fashion, we could benefit from that. Because we have a lot of smart people in Chestermere and a lot of real hard workers. And so it'd be nice to be able to tap into that. Whether they are going to come forward, that's up to them. But there's those that could be on the committee that specifically want to be on the committee, or there's those that can come to the once a month meeting and say, I don't want to be on the committee because I don't have much time, but I got an idea. And give it to the committee, and the committee then decides, and then they come to council and say, hey, I guess they go through the city they go through the economic director, and then he comes to council and says, we got this great idea that we want to come forward with. So that's kind of my thought. I'll let council deliberate on this. Councillor Funk?
Yeah, during the whole time we've been having these discussions about combining committees and different things, I've been thinking that it would be, for myself, it'd be really nice if within the terms of reference or within something, we have a listing of each of the non-for-profits or other external organizations listed for these committees to work with, that should be involved, right? The ones that we want to be involved within the community.
Are you suggesting that potentially we either in our terms of reference identify them, or specifically ask them to have a seat on the committee?
Potentially having a seat on the committee, depending on what the impact and what within each terms of reference. Some of them would just be an input in order to say, hey, this as a committee needs to understand that these organizations are already in place and doing work, because these committees are supposed to be providing input and ideas to council, not actually out doing work.
Well, it could be whether they have a committee seat. They could definitely be invited to those committee meetings,
right?
Or subcommittees or whatever happens, and we could kind of leave that to the committee to slowly germinate and build, and then they determine, what does that look like in the future, rather than us necessarily deciding today that we wait to see what happens with it. But I agree. I think that they should be asked, if their levels of expertise in various areas, they should be asked to be part of incentives or opportunities. Councillor Funk?
That's kind of in line, with the presentation last week from the social needs assessment, is identifying all of the not-for-profits that are within our community. What are they doing? How are they interacting? Do we have multiple organizations doing the same things with overlapping, or are we missing things? And that would allow us within those committees to identify groups that are doing similar things, or is there a gap? And I think it would be great for these committees to focus on gaps in order to bring forward ways that the city can help.
Yeah, for sure. Once we get the full report, or the second phase of it, that would be good conversations as to also have with the not-for-profits. Is there overlap areas that should be more focused? And then if there's gaps, does anybody wish to cover it? And if not, then the city, do you wish to take care of that and make sure we're covering all the bases? But that's a good idea once we get to phase 2 on that. Okay, so in relation to the Economic Development Advisory Committee, my thoughts are that with our economic director, that really that's a committee that he should be running and connecting with the public. And I still think that, personally, I think that we should keep it. That's my thoughts. Just for that purpose, and if it better perform. It better perform because that's his job. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was thinking, do we need to necessarily formalize a committee, or do we, because administration can have open houses all the time. If you decide that, okay, here, you're the director of economic development and you work hand in hand with the Chamber of Commerce, right? And the CEO tells them, hey, you're every month on the third Thursday of the month, you're going to have an open house, right? To allow other people to do things, then it facilitates that input. And then as we get that and we see how it evolves, if it needs to evolve or expand into a committee or whatever, then I think that would probably be the best time, because rather than sort of stabbing in the dark, but set up a process that you get that involvement of the businesses, of the various players in the community on a regular interval, right? Just through like an open house process.
Mm-hmm. My only thoughts is to make sure that we do everything on purpose as much as possible. I agree that they are open houses, but we want them to be consistent. And then the second thing is that what you get from the volunteers which are joining is you get assistance in reaching whatever targets you've got. So if you're trying to reach out to certain businesses and whatnot, it's not all on the shoulders of the director of economics. He can involve some of his people on the committee that can help research something, because I know that just from what I've seen quickly, everybody gets so busy so quickly, and we don't hold the meetings. We have tough time getting the meetings, and so I just think that we've got to force the meetings to a certain date, which we're talking like Thursdays. So everybody knows you've got to be there for Thursday. The publics on the committees know they got to be there, and it's very on purpose. And we just have to get every organization in the city running like a business, and that you're taking your special time out of your schedules, and that's got to be worth something. So don't fool around, and everybody get to work. And we've got to respect the time of the volunteers, and we've got to respect the time of our staff and our counselors to be there on purpose, is my thoughts. Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, I think it's wonderful that we're giving committees the tools and the framework to succeed. I really do like the idea of Thursdays it's scheduled. It's giving the public a very clear signal that we're here to support them and ensure the success of the committee. So I'm completely on board with this.
Excellent. So my proposition today is to leave the Economic Advisory Committee, and we can definitely review it if it doesn't work out. But we've got now a person that as our EC director that is very on target, and so I'm really have high hopes for his performance and again to these committees. So I think that gives us a new opportunity to really expect some real results here. And in our terms of service, we've got to make sure we clearly identify what we are looking for. You know, so if we want to report every quarter, it's got to say that. You know, it's got to say this is 1, 2, 3 what you got to do, and then council also builds it into our agendas so that, you know, the first Monday after the quarter we get our report, or the second Monday, or whatever you want to do, but that so that council knows it's on purpose, and so that also that the people on the committee know it's on purpose, and it's not guesswork in the last second. What do you want to add to the agenda? It's already mostly built because we've got established protocols. So that, you know, would be nice for everybody. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, along those lines, I was just thinking, if we do establish them to, with a structure to use the chambers and stuff like that,
Yeah.
then probably, you know, the Friday following or whatever, there's a huge opportunity for the comms group to basically, you know, provide a synopsis of what was decided, so people know what's going on.
Good points. Yeah, great points. Yeah, it gives great topics for our communications for all of our media opportunities too. And like I said, having these things recorded is awesome, so that the public gets to, you know, look at them on their own time, or of course they get to come into council and you know, have their thoughts heard on specific topics. Okay, so if we could move on to the mayor's task force. So that's, you know, that's something that a lot of the other cities are not so much pushing. We have one that does a board of youth affairs, and it's an interesting concept. Like the point behind it is really to have something that lets the youth participate, and it doesn't have to be so focused on the mayor, but it's how do we get our youth involved in what's happening with our city. And it doesn't have to be so focused on just what happens inside City Hall with the mayor or something like that. It could be whatever the youth, I guess, may wish to talk about or deal with. We could have some, I'm not sure, we could have some generalistic ideas that we believe they should be focused around on the agendas, but they may have other things that they wish to bring forward. I just don't think that we don't do anything specifically focused around youth discussion. Callan?
With regards to this committee, administration kind of found itself to be at a bit of a crossroad of how we actually got members. Through our typical application process, it's usually adults, not youth, that are applying for this. The other consideration was contacting schools, but then we thought to ourselves, well, what's to really say this is the youth that wants to get involved rather than the parents wanting the youth to be involved on these committees, right? So we found it really difficult to get youth involved, and personally, I'm not comfortable hanging around schools asking.
No, you wouldn't be doing that.
But joking aside, but administration is not necessarily sure if this is maybe like a perfect committee, but rather maybe just like a monthly event that council meets with the youth, like go to schools, or like a Tuesday where we don't have a council meeting. We could just council could talk to schools and go to the rec center and stuff like that. This is kind of not an overly developed idea, but the idea that it has to be a committee is challenging in its own way.
Is there an opportunity to ask the schools, like they often have a school council or something like that, that's of kids. Is there an opportunity to reach out to all the schools, at least maybe over grade 6 maybe, and ask them if they have kids that would like this? And it'd be a combination of kids from the various schools rather than just one school. And if they see that they are interested, because I don't know if we've done it that way. If we've gone out to the schools and, I mean, if they're not interested, then that kind of settles it for everybody. But I would just like to make sure we do an honest effort of trying to communicate with the kids and give them an opportunity to get on a board of some kind. I mean, it could be in the Parks and Rec too. I mean, it could be a subcommittee, like as Councillor Dean mentioned. you know, I just wonder if we should try and communicate the information out to see if there is interest, because it shouldn't be adults. It should be the youth. And it gives them an opportunity to have org structure within a board, get experience like that, like junior achievement, for example. That's, you know, and there's kids that want to take advantage of that, because it's rare to be able to understand protocol and structure as a youth, as we have to go through. But so I'm not sure what council thinks, but I'd like to hear if council would agrees with the idea of reaching out to the schools and seeing if their community school councils have people that are interested, or resident school kids that are interested. Councillor Fote?
I think it's a great idea that that we get youth involved in things that are going on in the city, that we listen to them. I think it's very, very important. I would like to also reach out to the clergy of the city, and along with the schools. That would kind of give us a round group. I know there's several clergy groups within the city that do have youth activities and things like that, totally focused around the youth. And I think that would be a great place to connect with some of those groups, but it would also be open to anybody that isn't connected with the clergy also. I do understand there's a committee that's working right now out of the rec center that they're trying to do that sort of thing. So I think they need to be encouraged to merge themselves together and make a committee that could address our youth and even think into leadership down the road.
I wonder if it would incentivize them even more if council would agree to give them some kind of a budget that would allow them to come up with ideas that they could actually implement. Well, I don't know if they would do it themselves, but they would come up with the idea and spend in a certain budget that council would allow to give them. I don't know if that's $5,000, if that's $10,000. It allows them to put one project, multiple projects, something forward to the community that they deliberate on and come up with some ideas. Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, I think it's important to include also synergy. Synergy's been the root of this community in really having youth at the forefront. I think you've got some very engaged older youth. And I'm also kind of thinking out loud, but if we engaged parent council, each of the schools has a parent council with a chair, maybe reaching out to the chairs of those parent councils. They might have, an extensive list of young people that want to get involved, maybe even their own kids. In addition to that, it would be really nice to see council be involved in the government learning the curriculum, where at times there's schools that have elections for council, maybe even, getting in touch with the teachers and understanding when that part of the curriculum is going to take place, and being public speakers, because we've all been subject matter specialists with running for council and the requirements of council and so on. So I think that this is a significant opportunity for us to really extend our appreciation and our willingness to work with the schools.
I think that's a great idea. So what would we change the name to? Like if one of the cities calls theirs the Board of Youth Affairs. Is there other names that you'd just see if I've got another name here? Councillor Funk?
So, great conversation. What I'm hearing though is that there's kind of two different ideas, kind of bouncing around in that. One's kind of a program, or how do we involve youth into city Hall, what we're doing, kind of leadership, mentorship kind of thing. And the other one is trying to, or what the original committee I think was actually identified for, was to have youth provide input to direct maybe programs or ideas on how to provide amenities and stuff for youth. So there's kind of two different things there, and I think we're kind of bouncing back and forth on them.
Yeah, Councillor Fote?
Yeah, we can bounce back and forth on that idea. I wonder if this is an opportunity for the city to step forth and create a position within our city administration that they could be a bit of a youth connection. Their job be totally set on trying to keep our youth safe, but also to work with our youth and teaching them to be leaders in various aspects of life. And like Councillor Watt just mentioned, the group from Synergy, their original objective was to train leaders for tomorrow type thing. I think we need to take that back into our city, that where we could create a position within our city. It would since we're coming into budget, it'd be something we can take a look at that. But I think our youth of tomorrow are going to be what is going to be running our country and running our cities and stuff like that. And we need to give them some good direction in that part. And I think that we need to take a look at that.
Councillor Funk?
From the committee standpoint, I think the discussion of youth and what we can do as far as amenities and stuff fits into and I forget the name of it, the first committee that we set up and kind of combined the social,
FCSS?
into that. So identifying opportunities for youth programs or things to do fit very well, I think, into that program, as well as sports and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so like we just need to be very mindful, I think, in these other committees to look at youth. It's not all about adults, and I think we sometimes forget about that. But then the other part is, what programs or things can we maybe do, and that might not be decided today, to have a program for bringing youth in to mentor or support.
I do think that's a good idea. I like the idea of it being possibly, as long as we're certain that we identify it as a subcommittee.
Yeah.
And I think it has to have on the board or its committee youth, as opposed to adults deciding what youth need to do. And I wonder if it shouldn't have some, component of, you want to have mentorship, right? So a certain number, like if there's a committee of 7 or 8, a certain number of them are from the grades 7 to 9, and then a certain number of them from grade 10 to 12. You're trying to make sure you've got kids that are getting in earlier, that are slowly going through it, and seeing, and then ideally would morph into, the senior positions or something like that, and would learn the steps and process from other people. Just to make sure that you're focusing on the terms of reference, though, in that subcommittee, that it has to be made up of kids as opposed to adults. Councillor Fote?
I have a lot to chat about as far as youth go. Being very, very involved with youth for over 15 years, my wife and I. But I think one of these things that I like this idea that if we were to set it back into that first group, that FCSS group, it has a dual purpose then, that with the FCSS is looking after family and community support services. And that way with our youth and stuff like that, if they're having crisis moments and stuff like that, that's the group that needs to be totally focused on that. I would also encourage, there's 2 service organizations within our city that needs to maybe take a look at that. And me being a Lion, they actually had a group called the Leos. And actually, that is where they train young people at a young age to be involved in community and to be a volunteer. And they teach how to be a good leader type thing. The Rotary is another group that does that. And so I would encourage, if we're going to go that route, that we also encourage the Lions and the Rotary to step up and get their programs going.
Okay, so I think we've come to a point here. I'd like to hear Councillor Watt's opinion on bringing it in as a subcommittee into the Family Community Support Services Advisory Committee.
Through the chair, that's what I've been kind of contemplating. My biggest concern is that I just don't want adults making decisions for young people. I would like the autonomy and the independence for the youth to get involved and make decisions and give them, I think it would be so wonderful to give them a little bit of a budget and do things in their schools, and the visibility and the awareness that they do have a council that, you know, their parents have voted for because they're too young to vote, but that awareness that council is really willing to get their get the involvement at the school level. And schools right now are a hot topic for us too. So I know that there are a lot of young people out there who are aware of schools and the conditions that their classrooms are going through and so on. But just, you know, to close, I just really want to make sure that we don't bury this committee. I really would want to take part in it myself and really foster growth of this subcommittee.
I do think that we could, for example, when we were talking about giving those 12 time slots, we could make sure that this subcommittee is a mandated committee and that it has a time slot, so that they have their time at Thursdays, you know, and they have their own meeting space in the sense of council chambers, and then but they might be able to participate in some of the other subcommittees of that committee, because it is around and might give them some topics to talk about or something in regards to social master planning. And but like he said, like Councillor Watt just said, I love the idea of giving them a budget, because it gives them a sense of purpose all of a sudden, instead of just what are we doing this for? Just to give a recommendation. I don't really understand that, but hey, we got some dollars to spend, and this is what we're recommending that our dollars to spend on, you know, or something like that. I think that would be pretty powerful. Councillor Watt?
Just to add through the chair, there's the program, the Lemonade Day. There's a lot of involvement here in Chestermere, and you see how many kids are actively engaged in the awareness on how to run a budget for their lemonade stands. So I'm really excited at the thought of giving this subcommittee the tools to succeed, and a budget. Nothing would be more impressive amongst a peer group than to be able to run like a candy store or something at their school that's been provided in support in conjunction
exactly.
with their actual council.
Yeah, and that committee name could start to mean something.
Absolutely. And maybe even working with what we formerly, the name escapes me now, but the former police communications committee, but just giving them, if they're here in this building already, maybe they have interest in meeting the detachment commander. Maybe they have some things that they want to talk to the school trustee about. It's the visibility and giving them the awareness that on Thursdays they can attend these various committees, not just their own committee.
Yeah, and it makes you more comfortable with City Hall.
Absolutely.
It's not a big scary place yet. No, that's fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to have a motion, let's just see the motion that you guys have prepared. Administration to contact local school boards, religious institutions, and other youth-oriented groups, including Synergy, to gauge interest in the Mayor's Youth Task Force. So we're changing the name of that. some of the names that, as I mentioned before, this can change, but Board of Youth Affairs or Youths, what's interesting to the youth to be called, to be a part of some team? Youths Task Force,
Voice of youth.
Junior Achievement, any names, ideas?
You can use that tomorrow.
Could we just call it the Youth Advocacy Committee?
LAC? YAC?
I don't think children would relate to the word advocacy.
Advocacy?
I like the voice of the youth or the voice of the children or the voice of.
Youth, you don't want to say youth power?
Aspirations.
Because this is going to be a committee that is ideally going to get something done for them. Youth of tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe we can come up with a name between now and then. After we talk to, maybe we can let the youth name it.
I think that's a great idea. It gives them a sense of identity.
Yeah, let them come up with the name. So, okay, to gauge interest in the new youth committee,
Isn't it a subcommittee?
new youth subcommittee of Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee.
Through the mayor to all of council, I feel like this subcommittee is becoming almost like a beast within itself. It's almost a committee. It's like a terms of reference would be within another terms of reference. So legislative services would recommend just make this its own committee. I think it's diverse and unique enough to stand on its own two legs.
Councillor Dean?
Alan took the words right out of my mouth. I think that this should be its own committee, not a subcommittee.
Okay, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I agree. It should be its own committee, but I think the idea was correct. Of this committee is also providing direct service support to family and community support services, right? It's just another involvement of how does the community, and in this case, the youth, deal with all of our social issues as well.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley, I think it's also logistically, like writing this policy would just be confusing and people might get confused. Like people from the Family and Community Sports Services Advisory might see a budget within this terms of reference. They think it applies to them too.
Yeah.
I think it's too convoluted, too confusing.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor to Ledge Services, I also believe that there is a legislative difference between a task force and a committee. And so would we not just have to eliminate the task force and then create the new committee?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean, yes, it depends how this motion ends up working out, but it might just be independent from the mayor's youth task force, which we could rescind when legislative services comes back with all these new developed terms of references, and we can kind of just clean up committees once and for all. But
Is there, what is this generation called?
to the mayor, Zoomers, I believe.
Zoomer?
Gen Z, Z, sorry.
Gen Z? Generation Z committee?
YVT, Young Volunteers of Tomorrow.
Councillor Dean?
I do like the idea of having youth involved. I would also say that based on my own 20 plus years of experience of working with youth that one of the things that youth don't like is when adults try and come up with cool names because they're youth, right? That actually drives them crazy. And so they actually want to be spoken at that level. And whether we're talking a kid in grade 3, while there is language appropriate and all those sorts of things and brain development appropriate language that needs to be used, it is certainly something that absolutely, in my experience, drives youth crazy. When it's like, oh, we'll come up with a cool thing because youth will like that. They're actually don't try and make cool, just like call what you would for adults, because we actually want to aspire to be that. And so I would just kind of remind us of that, and that's just based on my background and experience. I do like the idea of having youth name it, and so I don't know how legislatively that works on a to be determined basis, but I would certainly caution us on the, us doing exactly what we don't want the
Yeah, so let them name it.
Adults telling youth what will be the cool name.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I'm just
comfortable
trying to figure out how we can do that. Name to be determined by the committee or something like that, if that's a possibility.
Okay, so we'll leave the new youth committee.
Yeah, but we have to do something right now, right?
Yeah.
Because we have to reference for something. So so could we just call it? Yeah, actually, that's it. The nudity to be determined at the first meeting by the new committee.
And let them pick the names. Yep, that's totally fine by me. Is it appropriate to say the new youth committee name to be determined? Just determined, yeah. Okay, all right. If we could move forward then, Councillor Watt.
I'd love to read this into the record.
Fantastic. If I can get Councillor Watt to read it into the record, please.
Thank you. Motion that council direct administration to contact local school boards, religious institutions, and other youth-oriented groups, including Synergy, to gauge interest in the new youth committee name to be determined.
Thank you. If you could all cast your vote, please. And Councillor Dean, how do you vote? Four. Okay, thank you, Councillor Dean. Just get everybody's vote in here. We need Councillor Hanley, Councillor Funk, Councillor Watt. Perfect. All right, carried. Thank you, everyone. All right. That's great. That's great ideas. Okay, so we have identified 6 committees. However, we would have 3 others that would be, which would be the Chestermere Library Board, Subdivision and Appeal Board, and Assessment. Assessment and Appeal don't necessarily meet on scheduled dates because it's dependent on an assessment review or an appeal. The Library Board would, though. So what we might want to do is just have a quick conversation about the library just before we might jump to lunch. And Callan, if you could start the conversation off about the library.
Through the mayor to rest of council, the library committee is its own. It's quasi-independent in the sense that council appoints members and sits on it, but it's not necessarily a committee that we have much authority over, from my understanding. But I believe Councillor Funk, Mike.
The library board is actually mandated by the Library Act. So the fact that we have, once we accept having a library, the Library Act takes over and it's a mandate. So we just appoint to it, to utilize our system to identify candidates, and then we appoint to their committee, or to their board, sorry.
So I noticed that, and I don't know if it's just a mistake in their words, but I believe it's Airdrie refers to their library as a municipal library. So do we know exactly what it says in the Library Act as to what is the structure of the board, how it's supposed to be operated? Is is Airdrie taking over? Are they becoming more of the board, or is it that the Library Act says no, they've got to be independent and public only?
I actually don't know the answer. I know there's a number of different items within the legislation for the Library Act as to dependent on whether or not it's part of Marigold or how it's set up. There's a couple different ways, I believe, but I'm not an expert. And we could get somebody in to provide more information around that, or we can do the research. And that's just talking from me being on the library board currently, so.
Yeah, I'd like to. It's interesting how some of these other cities are supporting the library itself, and I was kind of interested that they identified it a little bit differently, and I don't know if that allows them to have it, I guess, organized a little differently and maybe funding a little different. But I just noticed that difference, and I thought that was interesting. Councillor Funk.
So interestingly, the library board actually has put in a request to council or to administration, which I'm assuming will come to council eventually, to identify or to work on an agreement for terms, not really terms of reference, but an agreement on I want to be correct on this, for other financial items that normally we've been doing in kind that haven't been well written and agreed upon. So that there is some discussions going on that have been provided. I know Strathmore recently provided or has entered into an agreement with their library to provide in-kind services in the way it's all written out to identify basically more as a municipal or town type, and I don't want to put words in their mouth or misquote it, but my understanding is it's more bringing them more of a town organization that still maintains the library board in place, but gives them a better structure under the city as far as I don't want to get into details of how it's run or how the city provides or their town provides support.
Okay. Are there any other comments about that? Councillor Fogt?
Mr. Mayor, are we allowed to speak on what we're doing for the library board right now?
Sure, we can talk about generally, sure.
Because we have been providing in-kind services for our library for years, actually. And I guess I would entertain them coming forth with the recommendations and make a presentation to our council and discuss what else they would like to happen here.
Yeah, I do know that underneath the Library Act, it does require no more than 2 members of council and no employees of the municipality is eligible. So therefore, by that definition, the balance of the members are appointed from the public. Now they do. It says a maximum of 10 members appointed by council. How many members, Blaine, are on the board that are library employees?
I don't think there are any that are actually on the board. So they have a recording secretary who attends, and then the library manager, sorry, I don't know her title, does attend
Okay,
and stuff, and to provide, like, that's the board's employee, just like a CAO.
okay.
Director.
Okay, so that identifies, yes, so you can only have 2 members of council on there, not members of the employees of the municipality, and not members of the employee of the library. So that means the balance of 10 is that there's be 8 people that are residents. So that helps us with that structuring. And so in relation to, I guess, is there any opinions in relation to what the city is providing right now in relation to the terms of reference and the committee itself or the board itself? I don't know, Blaine, in your experience, do you believe that the board would be suited to be in council again, be in council chambers again? Can those meetings be in public, for example?
I believe they're supposed to be, they are in public. They are actually a public meeting. They do have in-camera portions of that meeting.
Yep.
That would be out of public, but is we can have that discussion and actually just ask them if they'd like to move up to chambers. They typically have been meeting on Mondays, and they've been very regular or very deliberate in their meetings. So I don't think they'd actually be against it, and that the room that they're currently utilizing is a little cramped. So I don't think they would actually be against it. It may actually help provide some better, especially for people that need to call in or video conference. It would probably be very helpful.
Yeah, no, that would be great if we could help them in that fashion. And again, allowing public people to participate and go to these meetings again when they're identified when they are and whatnot in the council chambers.
Councilor Dean's also on the
Right. Yeah, so I think that in regards to that particular committee, that committee would obviously stay. And I think what we can do is offer the use of our chamber to them to allow them to have public come and again, just using our facilities. So I don't know if there's anything else in regards to that committee, other than, of course, when we move to appointments. Are there any comments in relation to the Assessment Review Board or the Subdivision and Development Appeal Boards? They're both mandatory. We have a certain number of councillors that can have to be on them. And again, in general, they meet when there's an appeal or a review, which we don't exactly know. How often have you been a part of that, and how often do you see it? Once a quarter?
I sit on, well, I'm named to both of those. The Subdivision Appeal Board, I believe, met 4 or 5 times last year. They had 4 or 5 items brought forward. Some of those took 2 meetings to work through. The Assessment Appeal Board only meets as required. It has not met in the last 3-4 years, I believe. The issue with that one is the training. I was named to that one, but the training is actually only available during the day and requires 4 or 5 days.
Oh, really?
Right? It is not.
It's extensive.
Yeah, and it's because they spread it out over just mornings or just afternoons.
Okay.
So it's a major time commitment, which is why I did send an
residents,
email early on
volunteers
that just wasn't possible.
Okay, well, that's excellent. We can have, obviously, our chambers can be available if they fit for their times. So that would give approximately 7 spots, rather, to our 12 spots that are available per month. So there would be the opportunity to meet twice, like you mentioned. If the Subdivision Appeal Board needs to meet one Thursday and then the next Thursday. So we could organize our schedule to have every second Thursday, to have one of those free times available in that every second Thursday. So that could help with the organization and running of these committees. Councillor Funk?
Just the way those two committees or boards are meet. Sometimes they're working around residents' schedules as well. So they sometimes need to schedule different times based on those. So I don't think we need to worry too much about scheduling them into that Thursday schedule, and they can, because it's such an infrequent time slot.
Okay. All right, well, that gives us lots of time, which is good. All right, so what I'll do now, thank you for council's robust discussion, is we'll break for lunch. It's 12:04, so we'll come back at 1:30, and then we'll finish with these committee appointments by council. Thank you very much, everyone. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're just coming back from lunch. It's 1:36 p.m. We're just going to go back into our council meeting where we're going to be talking about the committees that we're now going to move forward with and council appointments to those committees. We're just going to let Legislative Services Callan speak. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor alluded to, I'm just going to be going over the committees and an appointment. Once again, we do have secret ballots that we can use to vote for certain members. However, if certain committees aren't overly contentious and only one councillor wants to sit on them, I think we can forego a vote. So the first real one of appointment is the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board, one appointment and one alternative. Just to restate what I said previously about this board, I received an email saying that this particular board is kind of winding down, so it won't be as active as it has been in the past. However, just in case something comes up, I think it might still be good to have an appointment on this one. The next one is Rocky View Intermunicipal Committee. This is one appointment and one alternative. We have the Airport Community Consultative Committee, which is one appointment, one alternative. The Community Future Wild Rose, one appointment. This one only lasts for 6 months. The Rocky View Regional Handy Bus Society, one appointment. And the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, one appointment, one alternative. Assessment and Review Board, one appointment. Intercity Forum on Social Policy, one appointment. And then the Civic Center Project Steering Committee, one appointment. And that is it for appointments. Or committees, rather.
Councillor Funk?
What is the Civic Center one? It sounds like an old one. I don't remember it from before.
Callan, is that the in relation to the new civic facility, or is that the winding down of the old civic facility?
To be honest, Legislative Services does not know at the moment. We just found this on a list, so it probably is the old Civic Center. So we could just hold off on the appointments for this one in particular. So
Okay.
we find more information on that.
And so the first ones I wrote down was CMRB, Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. So that one's typically is the mayor and deputy mayor. And we definitely can have an alternate in relation to the IMC meetings, but again, you typically have the mayor and deputy mayor on those. It is possible to put in an alternate, though, as well on those IMC meetings, if we have councillors of interest. Are those the four? If we've taken out the Civic Center Steering Committee, are those the four you wish us to start with?
Yeah, we can start with those ones. There's also Rocky View. Apologies. There's also Rocky View Municipal Committee appointment, Airport Community Consultative Committee, the Community Future Wild Rose, Rocky View General Handy Bus Society, and Subdivision and Development Appeal Board and Assessment and Review Board.
Okay, assessment.
So there's 9 in total.
Okay.
And then the Intercity Forum on Social Policy, that one I forgot to mention.
What was the one you just said, please?
The Intercity Forum on Social Policy.
Okay. So in relation to the airport, do we have any councillors wishing to be on that committee, the airport? It's the airport consultation with the airport, right?
Yep.
The Airport Authority, Calgary Airport Authority?
Take it
Okay, we have Mel. Do we have another counselor that wishes to be on that? Okay, and the next one you had Wild Rose.
Community Futures, Wild Rose.
Now, did we have any results from this year?
Not to my knowledge. I haven't received any from this committee.
Okay, is there? And that's a mandatory committee.
No, it's just an external one that we appoint members to. I don't think we have to appoint a
You're
member.
looking for one
One appointment, yes.
appointment. Okay, do we have any counselors that wish to be on that committee? City Director Travis.
Which committee are you looking at right now?
Wild Rose Community Futures.
Okay, sorry. No, continue on. When you get to the IMC though, for Calgary, there actually needs to be 2 appointed city councilors for that committee.
Now, what we were talking of was that we have typically the mayor and the deputy mayor, and we can have a third, like we can have an alternate as well, which is fine.
Yes, correct. So I just wanted to confirm though, because up there it said 1 appointment. I didn't know if you were just going to
Okay.
have 2 just to be safe.
Yep.
But according to the terms of reference for the IMC committee between Calgary and Chestermere, you're actually required to have 2 city
Okay.
councilors.
So we can have an alternate on the IMC for RVC and IMC for Calgary. Do we have any people that are interested in being alternates?
I will.
Mel is
For the
IMCs.
IMCs, I think presently between the Rocky View one, it's Councillor Dean, myself are the primaries, and Councillor Foltz an alternate.
Okay, so the deputy mayor for sure, and the mayor for sure, and it's just if there's another alternate.
Sorry, Councillor Hanley, or sorry, Deputy Mayor. That committee that you're referring to now is actually the JPA 2. Yep, so it's a different committee from the IMC Rocky View committee. Yep.
Yeah, the IMC with Rocky View, that's another one I attended with Jeff.
Okay, so for the RVC, IMC, Mel, you're interested in being alternate? Okay. Anybody else is interested in being alternate? Okay, and for the Calgary IMC, are you interested in being alternate again, Mel?
Sure.
Any otherybody interested in being alternate? Okay, so the Wild Rose Community Futures, is there anyone interested with that committee? Okay, Councillor Watt, fantastic. The Rocky View Handy Bus? Not sure, okay. Now the assessment review, which I believe currently we have Councillor Funkin or Ryan on that. Is that correct? Yep. That's correct. And that has a primary and an alternate, is that how it works?
Correct. Yeah, that's the same as subdivision appeal board. They both have a primary and alternate.
you wish
And
to
there's
be-
training required to sit on it.
Okay, and do you wish to be on that, or do you're an alternate? You wish to stay an alternate?
And yes, I am interested, but the problem is the training
Yeah,
is extensive. It's an extensive time commitment in that it takes
you get
5
trained.
days, 5 weekdays. It used to be subbed out. The government used to subcontract the training out, but since they pulled it back into, it's only offered during the day. So it's,
That's quite restrictive, yeah.
yep. It used to be evenings and weekends for training.
So would you like to be the alternate or primary? You have to
Because of the training, I would love to be on it, but the training's too restrictive.
Okay, well then we'll leave Councillor Narayan on that. And then the subdivision appeal, I believe, is Councillor Narayan and yourself?
Correct.
And would you stay on that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Blaine and Councillor Narayan is the alternate. Intercity Forum on Social Policy. That's-
Sorry, Your Worship.
That's okay.
Councillor Narayan wants to be on that committee.
And that's a mandatory committee as well, Callan?
Yeah.
And that committee is with, what is that held? Is it held with all cities, or that's held with just Calgary, or?
I don't know the exact list, but I believe it's like a Calgary-based board, and it's kind of surrounding municipalities, if I recall correctly.
I don't think I've got the,
What does it do?
Through the mayor to Councillor Foat. I believe it, as the title would suggest, it's just a forum for municipalities to talk about grander social policies that they could implement and whatnot.
is there any other interest in being on the committee with Inner City Forum on Social Policy? Okay, then we've got Councillor Ritesh. Okay, so that's that list you just gave me. Do you want me to read it back to you? If you're wrote that down?
I can read what I have back to you. We still have to nominate someone to the Rocky View Regional Handy Bus Society.
I wonder how often they meet. Councillor Foat?
I sat on that last year, and basically, they they try to meet monthly or every second month. I would be willing to sit on that because we're already trying to figure out a transit system for our own city, and it might be good to sit on it and figure out what's going on.
Okay. So do you want to start from the top, CMRB? So we've got the mayor and deputy mayor. And then RV, Rocky View IMC. We've got the mayor, deputy mayor, and Councillor Foat. Calgary IMC, we've got the mayor, deputy mayor, and Councillor Foat. The airport, we've got Councillor Foat. Wild Rose Community Futures, we've got Sandy, Councillor Watt. Rocky View Handy Bus, we've got Councillor Foat. Assessment Review, we've got Councillor Narayan. Subdivision Appeal, we've got Councillor Blaine and Councillor Narayan. Inner City Forum on Social Policy, we've got Councillor Narayan. Okay. So do we move on to our next committees?
That was all for the external, unless you want to do the internal ones.
Yeah, the internal ones now?
Do we want to make a motion and just deal with the external one?
Sure. Sure. Could you put that, how would you like that motion to go toward together?
Would council like one big motion or several?
One big motion if possible.
Okay, that might just take a little bit. I'll let Jody.
Councillor Funk?
The only one we didn't discuss was the library board, if that one needs to be.
We're going to look into that first.
We did identify that it does need 2 councillors on it. And that's the most you can put on as well, of councillors. So, it's pretty specific how we have to do it. So I think have to stick with that. Okay, if we're going to talk about that, currently we have Councillor Funk and Councillor Dean on it. What I'll do is I'll ask councillors, is there any desire of any councillor to go on this committee? Councillor Funk? And Councillor Dean? Do we have any other councillors that wish to go on the committee? Okay. Then that's by acclamation. We have 2 councillors on there. Councillor Dean and Councillor Funk. So if you could put a motion together with those in there. So we'll, should we take a 5-minute recess and allow you to type that in?
Yeah, I think that would be inappropriate, just so we're not all waiting around awkwardly.
Okay. All right, if we could take a 5-minute recess then to allow this motion to be put together. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're just going to come out of recess. We've got now the motion that has been produced. So I'll just get Councillor Hanley to read the motion into the record.
Motion that council appoint the mayor and councillors to the following committees. Calgary Intermunicipal Committee, Mayor Jeff Coven, Deputy Mayor Hanley, and Councillor Fote as an alternative. The Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board, Mayor Jeff Coven, Deputy Mayor Hanley. The Rocky View Intermunicipal Committee, Mayor Jeff Coven and Deputy Hanley, and Councillor Mel Fote as an alternative. The Airport Community Consultative Committee, Councillor Mel Fote. Community Futures Wild Roves, Councillors Sandy Johel Watt. Rocky View Regional Handybus Society, Councillor Mel Fote. Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, Councillor Blaine Funk and Councillor Ritesh Narayan as an alternative. Assessment Review Board, Councillor Ritesh Narayan and Councillor Dean as an alternative. Intercity Forum on Social Policy, Councillor Narayan.
Okay.
And
Sorry, yeah, one more.
last but not least, Calgary Library or Justmere Library Board, Councillors Dean and Councillors Funk.
Okay, are there any comments in relation to the motion, Council? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Dean, do you vote in favor or opposed? In favor, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see that. Callan, was that approved?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need us to vote again?
Yeah, just for the public record.
Okay. Councillor Dean had vote in favor. All right, carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, the other committees. We've got the Human Services Advisory and Grant Adjudication Committee. The councillors who wish to be on that committee, I believe, are Councillor Watt and Councillor Hanley. Are there any other councillors that wish to be on that committee? Okay, then by acclamation, that will carry forward. The Family and Community Support Services Advisory Committee, which is now the combination of the Social Master Plan Committee, the Chestermere Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, the Aging in Place Committee, and the Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board. So that now, we are looking for two councillors to be on that, which I understand Councillor Fote is interested in being on that, and Councillor Dean. Do we have any other councillors who wish to be on that committee? Okay, then that'll carry with those two councillors being on that committee. Okay, moving to our Parks and Recreation Committee, which is the combination of the Lake Recreation Committee and the Watershed Advisory Committee and the Minor Sports Committee. And so far I have, for that, I have Councillor Funk and I have Councillor Fote. Are there other councillors who wish to be on that committee? Okay, then that will carry. The Audit Committee, everybody's favorite committee. So all the councillors will have to fight for this one. So we have Councillor Sandy Watt and we have Councillor Stephen Hanley. Are other councillors who wish to be on that committee? Or fight you guys for it? Okay, so that means the two of you are on that committee. Thank you. Okay, we have our Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee. Are there any councillors who wish to be on that committee? Which, again, the idea is, in my opinion, is to let the economic director run that committee, but councillors can definitely be involved. Councillor Funk, is there any other councillors who wish to be on that committee?
I can go.
And Councillor Hanley, okay. So Councillor Blaine and Stephen, okay. Now, and Councillor Dean, okay. So we'll have a vote. And then we have the we don't have a name for it yet. We have the new youth committee, I think is what we called it. So we have on that committee, which is renaming the mayor's task force. We have that on that committee. We have Sandy, Councillor Watt, who's come forward with that, as well as myself has come forward on that. Is there any other councillors that wish to be on that committee?
Just two councillors, right?
Just two councillors, yes.
So yourself and Sandy would cover it off, right?
Okay, so that'll carry. And then we have our Police Communications Committee, which I've been told that there's three people. There's Councillor Funk, Councillor Fote, and Councillor Narayan. Is there any other councillors who wish to be on that? Councillor Dean, do you wish to be on that committee? Was that a yes, Councillor Dean, or is that? Sorry, I thought you raised your hand. No, okay, my mistake. Okay,
No, sorry, I had put forward for you.
for youth?
Sorry, am I muted right now?
No, you're good now. You put forward, sorry, your name for which committee?
Youth. One and Sandy are on.
Sorry, am I? Oh. I had said youth, but if it's going to be yourself and Councillor Watt, then I withdraw that. So I had just put up my hand for the economic development.
Okay, and you're withdrawing from that? Okay, so then we have two committees that need to be voted on. Every other committee has been agreed to, which is good. So Callan, we have two committees that we need to do a vote on. If you can pass the paper around and ask, how do you recommend Councillor Dean to, could he just text it to you or?
Yeah.
Through the mayor, yeah, Councillor Dean can just send me a private Teams message and I can report.
Okay, Councillor Dean, did you hear that? Okay, so if you can send Legislative Services Callan, your recommendation for the Police Communications Committee, and the three councillors that are looking to run are Councillor Funk, Councillor Fote, and Councillor Narayan. If you could pick your vote for two, please. As well as if you could pick your vote for two on the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee, which is Councillor Funk, Councillor Hanley, and yourself. Councillor Funk?
Just a quick correction. The police communication one is now the Protective Services Committee.
You're correct. Yes, it's been renamed to Protective Services Committee. So we'll just wait for Legislative Services to hand out our ballots. Councillor Hanley?
Do we not need a motion to declare our scrutiners or whatever?
Oh, that's right.
Legislative Services?
We do. Callan, if you could provide us with a motion to declare yourself and Jody as the scrutiners for the ballot vote. Do we name the two committees that we're going to vote on, or just the ballot votes? I'll let Callan figure that one out. We'll just be getting the motion for us to go and be able to vote from Legislative Services. They're just drafting that. Shouldn't take us too much longer. Okay, here we go. Appoint Councilor. Okay, Councilor Hanley, if you could read the motion into the record.
Motion that council appoint Kaylin Morrison and Jody Graham as the scrutineers for the secret ballot vote to appoint council members to the Protective Services Communications Committee and the Economic Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Are there any comments in relation to the motion on the floor? All right, if you could cast your vote. Councilor Dean, do you vote in favor or opposed? In favor, thank you. There you go, it's chosen, yep. Still hasn't come up yet whether it's carried or not. Okay, great, carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our voting. As indicated before, Councillor Dean, if you could send your vote to Legislative Services, Callan, on the Protective Services Advisory Committee and the Chestermere Economic Development Committee. And again, for the Protective Services, we have Councillors Funk, Councillors Fote, and Councillor Narayan. If you could only write down two, please, on each committee. Two votes. You're voting on, you voted on two things, Mel?
I only voted on the economic one.
You gotta vote on both of them.
Okay, who's the names for the economic?
So for economic, it's Councillor Funk, Councillor Hanley, and Councillor Dean.
Okay.
So that's the economic.
Okay.
So Councillor Funk, Councillor Hanley, and Councillor Dean.
Yep.
Choose two of those. And then the previous one was the voting on Protective Services,
Yep.
which was Councillor Funk, Councillor Fote, and Councillor Narayan.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And through the mayor to Councillor Dean, how will you be providing your votes?
I've already emailed it to you.
Email? Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're just waiting for legislative services to tally the votes.
All right, we have the results. The Chestermere Economic Development Committee Council voted on Councillor Funk and Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley to be appointed to that committee. As for the Protective Services Communications Committee, Councillor Funk and Councillor Melfote have been selected for appointment.
Okay, if you can put forward the motion with the committees again, as you did before. Callan, would you like us to take a short recess?
I won't take too long, just give me 2 seconds here.
Okay.
And the motion is ready to go.
That was quick.
Protective Services is wrong.
And the councillors that were on that are Councillor Funk and Councillor Fote. Does the rest of this look correct? Okay, if I could get Councillor Hanley to read this into the record.
Motion that council appoint the mayor and councillors to the following committees: the Audit Committee, Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley and Councillor Sandy Joel Watt; the Human Services Grant Fund Adjudication Committee, Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley and Councillor Sandy Joel Watt; Protective Services Advisory Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Councillor Mel Fote; Family and Community Support Advisory Committee, Councillor Mel Fote and Councillor Dean; Parks and Recreation Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Councillor Fote; Chestermere Economic Advisory Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley; New Youth Committee, Councillor Sandy Joel Watt and Mayor Jeff Colvin.
Councillor Foat?
Under the new youth committee of Councillor Watt and yourself, you are an ex officio on any committee anyway. Would there be a chance that we could put Councillor Dean on that?
We can do that.
If he accepts?
Councillor Dean accepts. Okay, so for New Youth, we'll write in Councillor Dean as well.
And now you're going to make me say it all over again.
Sorry.
So I'll restate the motion. Motion that council appoint the mayor and councillors to the following committees. The Audit Committee, Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley and Councillor Sandy Johal Watt. Human Services Grant Fund Adjudication, Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley and Councillor Sandy Johal Watt. The Protective Services Advisory Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Councillor Mel Foat. Family and Community Support Advisory Committee, Councillor Mel Foat and Councillor Shannon Dean. Parks and Recreation Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Councillor Mel Foat. Chestermere Economic Advisory Committee, Councillor Blaine Funk and Deputy Mayor Stephen Hanley. The New Youth Committee, Councillor Sandy Johal Watt and Mayor Jeff Coven and Councillor Shannon Dean.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions in relation to the motion? Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Councillor Dean, are you in favor or opposed? In favor, thank you. Thank you. Carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, that moves us off of our council appointments, I believe. Yes. Okay, if we could move on to section 5, which is pages 62 to 63 of your agenda package, which is the 2024 council meeting dates, presented by Callan Morrison, Team Lead Legislative Services. Give Callan a minute to get up here.
Good afternoon once again, Mayor and Council. So this is a very simple decision. The 2024 council meeting agendas. Your choice is between the first and third Tuesday of every year or the second and fourth Tuesday of every year. It was a administrative decision to have council meetings every 2 weeks instead of back to back. Administration realized that it was hard to catch up to get projects done that are satisfactory to council. So we think a 2-week council meeting schedule is probably better for administration and council to get answers that they want from administration and whatnot. So yeah. So the big difference between these two calendars is, once again, just the first and third Tuesday of every month or the second and fourth Tuesday of every month.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, in our agenda package, you have a version 2, which is the first page, and a version 1, which is the second page. There's a couple other differences that I noticed between the two. On the version 1, there's no meetings in August, which is, I think preferred. But there are many council meetings following a long weekend or statutory holiday. In January, in February, in April, in May, in July, in October. So I think those are our problems. So you see the yellow dot just before the council meeting. On version 2, so version 1 has 22 meetings. On version 2, there's only one instance of a statutory holiday before a council meeting, which is the November 11th, which I think you could easily just move the council meeting from the 12th up to the 5th to avoid that, because that's unfair to staff, really, after a long weekend to come back and have a council meeting immediately as an alteration. And then to make them consistent, I would also recommend we probably consider removing the 13th and the 27th of August So that allows staff to have the time off in the summer. If necessary, we can always call special meetings if we need more.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanley. Administration recommends, while we're amending this calendar, can we also get rid of the Christmas Eve council meeting? That doesn't sound like a very Merry Christmas.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. We should probably move that up to the 17th, or maybe even in December, consider moving the council meetings up to the 3rd and the 10th. Hopefully then that gives people time off, and if for some reason we need to have another one, we provided ourselves time.
Well, since we're moving the November to the 5th, what if we went November 5th, November 19th, and then it still gives you 2 weeks to come back on December 3rd, and whether you want to do two right after each other, the 10th or the 17th.
Yeah.
Can be the last one.
Yeah.
And that way we're still kind of adhering to
Yeah.
2 weeks, because October 22nd, 2 weeks is the 5th. Other than that, it looks, other than August, it looks pretty good.
We want version 2.
Yeah, we want versions.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor, I wouldn't mind having some discussion around the removing of, or only having 2 meetings per month, where we have been having 3. And I understand that it is additional work and stuff. Just what are the impacts to us removing 12 or 11 meetings?
Yeah, that is obviously a significant change. I noticed in a couple months, there is an opportunity to have 3 meetings. For example, in July. Nope, that comes after a long weekend, sorry. April comes after a long weekend too.
We could do the 16th or the 30th.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I would, I appreciate Councillor Funk's point, but I think this also allows better structure for administration to be more prepared for the meetings. The timeliness of the agenda is coming out. I think we have not been afraid of calling a special meeting if it's required. I think for us as council, as a group, we can actually say, like, in the meeting in between, if we're in a busy period, then we can schedule a workshop or schedule a special meeting on the weeks in between. But I suspect that would be like carryover work from a previous agenda, or because of just the volume. But I think allowing that structure on the administration side will yield better information coming towards us.
That or we just remove all long weekends throughout the year. So no council meeting on the Tuesday, the 31st of December?
There's hope for new.
We'll just open for that day.
Well, we'll just have,
Let's close the old year off.
that's right, we'll have a quick get together.
So now you can probably have your Mayor's Gala on the 10th.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, is there any other conversation in regards to two council meetings a month and the various changes that were recommended due to long weekends and whatnot? I think it is possible, as Councillor Funk had mentioned, for us, if there are things that pop up, we can add a special meeting and kind of deal with what staff are asking us to do as required. Otherwise, give them the time to adequately provide all the detail for our council meetings in a 2-week rotation. So I think that we can adjust as needed and then look at this at the end of next year and find out, or 6 months in, find out what we think about the changes. Is there any other comments about that? Sandy wants to do every week?
I'm good. I'll pass.
Okay, so what we can do is, Sandy, if you'd like to read, Councillor Watt, if you'd like to read the motion on the screen.
Motion that council adopt 2024 council meeting dates version 2 with the following amendments. Remove council meetings in August 2024. Reschedule the November council meetings for the 5th and the 17th. Reschedule the December council meetings for the 3rd and the 17th and remove the 24th and the 31st council meetings.
Thank you. Are there any comments in regards to the motion on the floor? Okay, if you could cast your vote, please. Councillor Dean, are you in favor? Thank you. You are. Excellent, carried. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving into our last item on our agenda, which is closed session. So we'll be moving into that. If I could get a motion to move into that. All right, Councillor Funk, if you could read the motion, please.
Motion that council move into closed session at 2:33 PM to discuss the following. Section 6.1 of FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 23, Local Body Confidence, Labor Relations.
Thank you. I'll cast your vote, please.
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Funk, vote.
Before we go in camera, we should be making a motion to destroy the ballots of the voting that took place. Or we can do it after. I don't care. It's entirely up to you, but
Okay, we'll look at that when we come out of camera. So if you could cast your vote, please, to going in camera. Councillor Dean is in favor of going in camera. Cast your vote again, please. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're in camera. Thank you, everyone.
I make the motion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. We're just coming out of in camera, so we'll just start with our motion to close the or to come out of closed session. Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council come out of closed session at 3:47 PM.
Thank you. If all could cast your vote, please. Callan, we don't have it on the screen. Vote again, please. Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple orders of business coming out of in camera. Callan, if you could put them on the screen, please. Okay, Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council accept item 6.1 on the October 24th, 2023 special council meeting agenda as information.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions about the motion? Okay, if you could cast your vote, please. Carried. Thank you very much. I think we have one more motion, Callan. Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council directs administration to destroy the secret ballots.
May want to put in there for the committee of council appointments, council committee appointments.
And I will restate.
Councillor Hanley, if you could restate, please.
Motion that the council directs administration to destroy the secret ballots for the council committee appointments.
Thank you. Any comments or questions about the motion? If you could all cast your vote, please. Carried. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes our business today. Right, Callan? Okay, if I could get a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Mel, vote.
I make the motion that we adjourn at this time,
3:52 p.m.
3:52 PM.
Okay, if you could please cast your vote. Carried. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.